Ryder,
Here.
Wisman,
Here.
looks like we have everyone present.
Thank you for that, and good evening, everyone. We're now going to go to public comment, and this is a time when members of the public can speak on items that are not listed on our agenda. We usually allow 3 minutes per speaker, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roberts, our moderator.
Thank you, Chair Potter. I see we have a hand raised this evening. I'll begin sharing my screen. Okay, up first is Taryn Obey. Taryn, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I wanted to bring up something to the Planning Commission tonight. I would respectfully ask the Planning Commission to please put some extra attention moving forward on the very important commitment that our city has made to social equity and environmental justice. As you are aware, these are key points foundationally to the new general plan update. And there's been a lot of discussion about social equity and environmental justice and making sure that everything that the general plan includes adheres to those two very important principles. The public has been discussing these concepts all throughout the general plan process, and really are keenly focused on not just using words, but action. And it's been escalating in terms of a subject recently because the general plan process has, throughout this past year, had many comments. Basically 99% of public comments have been do not build in the flood zone. But the consultants or the management of the general plan process keeps putting it back. The riverfront parcels along the North River are a floodway and a floodplain. Those big parcels are up to 40% in the floodplain, excuse me, the floodway. That is a very dangerous place to be. And the public has said repeatedly, don't build there because it's a social equity issue. The people that get stuck there deal with the flooding, deal with the mold, and it's also an environmental justice issue. And there's a lot of frustration because this is not being adhered to. It's just being talked about. As Greta says, blah, blah, blah. We want to, the community wants to move from just talking and giving lip service to social equity and environmental justice when it comes to our flood hazard areas. The river is not getting dredged. Building up along the North River, like Sid Commons, is terracing the river, which necessitates dredging. We have no money to dredge up there. Yet it's in the map that was just presented a couple nights ago that the consultants and the management of the general plan process are saying, we want to build up there. Not a good idea. And the community finds this entirely unacceptable. And if anyone supports building up there in the flood problem area, they should never utter the term social equity.
Thank you for your comment, Taryn. I believe that was our only general public comment that I'm seeing. I'll pass it back to Chair Potter and stop sharing my screen.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public comment period, the general comment, and we'll move on to the committee reports. And we'll start off with Councilmember McDonald with the City Council report.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. The district elections, the change of how we vote our council people in Petaluma is coming to the finish line. It gets more exciting every meeting about which districts will be which, and so stay tuned for the next meeting of that. Still plenty of public comment coming in on that. Also, one that really affects the Planning Commission, the fairgrounds. At our next meeting, February 28, we'll be discussing the process forward and whether that process is what's called healthy democracy. I hope some have followed that a panel will be formed or is being decided whether to be formed about how the process of reviewing what the fairgrounds is and what it means to Petaluma. And it won't be our typical process, looking for an out of the box, more inclusive, more equity. And so hopefully bringing new and different voices to the table on that. So that's very exciting for next Monday night's council meeting. And then another thing's been rolling around with me is, many of you may know that I'm a big capital projects concerned person. And there's this thing, the Rainier Road Diet meeting that's coming up tomorrow, talking about changing 4 lanes to 3, like South Boulevard has and others have. It's often thought about as a capital project, but it's more than that. It's a climate issue. That's whether you're biking and et cetera. But I also think of it as a planning issue. It defines the feel of a space and community. So what we think of as one thing, we need to be sure we're thinking of as many things. And hopefully someone will speak about tomorrow's Know Before You Grow speaker. They always bring the best speakers, and they're on for tomorrow night as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hooper, any news from the Pedestrian Bike Committee?
No updates since the last time we had a planning commission meeting, but we do have an upcoming PBAC meeting the 1st of this coming month.
Excellent. Thank you for your attendance there. Next, we'll have the Tree Advisory Committee and Commissioner Wisman.
Yeah, so the Tree Advisory Committee met last week. And one of the bigger items on the agenda was planning around Arbor Day. So this will be the 150th anniversary of Arbor Day. And I think the city has agreed to celebrate Arbor Day on April 9th. And a big commemorating event that day will be the planting of 150 trees in Wiseman Park, in conjunction with Relief, Rebuild Petaluma, and a number of other volunteers from the community who will take part in that event. It was enabled by, I believe it was a $30,000 grant that we all got as a city. And there are a couple other grants in the hopper that will allow similar plantings after Arbor Day, Petaluma High School, and 5 other parks, I believe, throughout the city. So a lot happening on that front in the effort of getting more trees planted in the city. There was also further discussion of looking at city ordinances and finding a way to incorporate the technical tree manual that the Tree Advisory Committee had presented to this commission. That technical tree manual was approved at our last meeting with the feedback of this commission, and we're now looking at ways, with a number of others, Relief included, to look over existing city ordinances and find where we can weave in best practices from that manual into the existing ordinances on the books. So I think those are the key items that we discussed last week.
Well, thank you also for your participation and the important work you're doing. We're looking forward to the Arbor Day celebration in early April. And with that, I don't know if we have any other commissioners with committee reports or anything else from the director on the committees. Okay, with that, I'll move on to item 5, which is staff comment, the director's report.
Good evening, Chair Potter, commissioners. A couple updates. One, I just wanted to bring up the ribbon cutting this afternoon for People's Village, which is the new tiny homes as an expansion of the Mary Isaac Center. So the first, I think it was 9, maybe it was 12, are up. and it was a nice event. We got caught in a little bit of a hailstorm, but it was wonderful to see those up, and it has been much of staff work and partners in the community to kind of create that as a vision and then be able to move very quickly to get those up. And a special thanks to Karen Shimizu, our housing manager, who really put her all into that one and kept getting everyone together to find solutions. So it was a great event. So wanted to remind commissioners, if you would like us to sign you up for the Planning Commissioners Academy through Cal Cities, to let Evelyn know, and we can do that. But I believe the registration deadline is March 3rd or 4th, I believe. So just a reminder there. Also a reminder to save the date for March 28th for a joint meeting with Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee and City Council to discuss parking regulations and have a study session on that topic in the with the objective of having discussion and getting input on the direction that future code amendments would move us with our parking regulations. Tomorrow night's Know Before You Grow is a presentation of a project that's called Oyster Cove, which is a project on the Lind properties downtown at Weller and D. And so at Know Before You Grow tomorrow from 7 to 8:30, the developer will be coming to the Know Before You Grow forum to present the early concepts of that project for public input. I did want to let Commissioner Alonso know that the public hearing sign at 27 Howard has been removed as a follow-up to the last meeting. And then in addition, Councilmember McDonald brought up the contract for engagement for the fairgrounds on the next council meeting. I also wanted to let you know that the visitability ordinance is moving forward on the 28th for hopefully introduction by the city council. And then also I wanted to just take a moment and give you an update on General Plan Advisory Committee. The last meeting, which was on Thursday, was a milestone in that the GPAC unanimously recommended city council approval of the vision statement and guiding principles to serve as really the foundation for these next phases in the general plan update process, which is moving into alternatives. So that will be presented to the Planning Commission at your meeting on March 8th, just to kind of give you an update on what those documents are and get your feedback prior to presenting to the city council. And that is all I have, unless there's any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Councilmember, Commissioner Alonso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks staff and Heather for the update. I was curious on the parking study session. Is there a list of panelists that have been identified, or what the agenda looks like for that?
There are not panelists. We are preparing Look, Listen, Learn, which will go up on the website soon. We're building a website or a web page on the city's site for resources. So providing a lot of background resources to kind of allow the public and commission, committee, and council members to dive in deep or not. You can really, you can dive in deep. So trying to think of different resources to allow each person to do as much background as they want ahead of time. We are looking at having a parking professional there to provide some initial discussion and help answer questions, just to kind of help Petaluma decide on which options are right for our community or even specific areas in the community. So, and we will be, there'll be an in-depth staff report that'll lay out some different options, some case studies, that kind of things, different options that we can take.
Okay. Yeah, I think just given this issue that we've talked a lot about over the years, and there's a lot of community members and groups that are following this issue closely. So I just wanted to emphasize, I hope we have a robust outreach plan and process to bring folks to the meeting, so we hear all the viewpoints on this one, because it is so important. So I appreciate the update and getting this on our agenda.
Any other commissioners? So I appreciate the report, and sounds like there's going to be a lot of business on the next council meeting, and I'm looking forward also to getting the update on the general plan here at the commission in March. With that, we'll move on and look at the approval of the minutes for our February 8th meeting, 2022. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes, and are there any comments or questions? Okay, so are there any objections to approval of the minutes? It's a little hard to say, but it looks like we have approval for those minutes, so you can record that. And with that, I'll move on to our first item tonight, which is a presentation. There's no decision going to be made tonight on this. It's about the housing element, the process, and our progress on it. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Hines and our housing manager, Karen, and we're looking forward to the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Potter and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and share this report with you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I have a short PowerPoint presentation for you. How are we doing? Is that working okay there? Okay. Well, good evening. Thank you again for the opportunity of being here tonight. So we're going to be, we provided a brief staff report, and we're going to be talking about some of the highlights in our housing element annual progress report. So the
Karen,
yes.
I'm wondering if you can go to the full screen slideshow, because we're seeing the other. There you go. That looks great. Thank you.
Thanks. I could always use tips when it comes to doing these presentations. Thank you for letting me know that. So this evening we will be, I'm going to talk a little bit, provide a little bit of background on the report, and then share with you the progress towards meeting our housing goals. We're going to present some information regarding our pipeline projects, as well as highlight some of our affordable housing projects that we currently have the work in progress, and then also give you a snapshot of our 6th cycle RHNA allocation and what that looks like. So with that, our housing element that we currently have is for the years 2015 to 2023. It was adopted by the City Council and certified by HCD. Part of having the housing element is to maintain, we have to keep that maintained and up to date, and do annual progress reports to keep that, to ensure that the city is eligible for applying for additional grant funding through HCD and other organizations. So every year we do an annual progress report. That is, we are sharing it with you this evening. That will be going to the City Council in March for review and approval, and then we will submit that to HCD. So let's jump right into one of the key areas, and that is what we do is we track the building permits issued in the 4 income categories. And what we do is we track that by year. So as you can see, the planning cycle we have in front of us is 2015 through 2021. We track the units, the building permits, based on the income level of community members we're serving. So very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. I think I did want to point out one thing. When the staff report was issued, I did have one error in the above moderate numbers where I accidentally counted the RENA numbers. So you'll see here, the actual number of above moderate is 1,275. So there's a slight difference than what I issued in the staff report. My apologies for that mistake, that error. But as we look at this, it tells the story that we're doing great in serving the numbers for our moderate and above moderate housing units, but that we still have work to do in our very low and low. With that being said, we actually have, I wanted to share a little bit. We have quite a few affordable housing projects in the works. Our Heather Hines had mentioned this evening, we have the People's Village project, where actually we're able to count those 25 non-congregate housing units towards meeting our RENA goal. So that was a real boost in meeting those very low income numbers. There's also more extensive information on our city website about the project, about the clients we'll be serving. But I just wanted to share with you a little bit. This is the site plan that we have. As you see, it's located on the same site as the Cots Mary Isaac Center. The small units here, these are the actual housing shelter units. Those are 72 square feet each, where people will be able to live in a non-congregate setting. And then we've also, in order to accommodate the residents, those that have companion animals, we've built a dog run into the site. And here are going to be the bath and shower units that will be available. There also will be some office spaces available for partner agencies to provide services and be able to meet with clients outside of the Mary Isaac Center. And as you see, we have more units listed that'll be located here. As Heather shared, we have the first 9 units assembled, and we're working on the remaining site improvements. But very important project in serving our very low income community members. With that, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the other affordable housing projects that we have that we've been working towards. I just highlighted the People's Village project. There's a lot of detail in your staff report. But as an example, we have our PEP senior housing project, which is 53 units. We thought it would be completed before June, so we would be able to count it in this cycle. But due to supply chain issues, that project will not be completed until July. So those 53 units will go towards meeting our next cycle's numbers. We also have our Mid-Penn housing project, which is 43 units, and they anticipate breaking ground and starting construction in April of this coming year. So that's another community that will be serving our low and very low income residents. Burbank Housing has a 50-unit proposed development. They're still in the earlier phases of assembling their funding for the project. Sometime with these affordable housing projects, it can take 3 to 5 years to pull the different subsidy funding before they can actually open the community. As an example, we're in the process, Mid-Penn is closing their construction financing. They have 11 different funding sources that they're working with. So when we're building affordable housing, sometimes that's why it takes us a little bit longer. We also have we're working with the Danco Group. They have the Meridian Crossing project, and that's proposed to be 131 units of affordable housing. And then last but not least, staff is working on the Home Key project. That is a program that HCD has. It is focused on the acquisition and rehab of existing hotels or motels that could be quickly converted into providing housing units. And so staff is working on that. So as you can see, if you add up those numbers, we actually have quite a few affordable units in the pipeline. But unfortunately, we won't be counting those towards this cycle. Our next table that I have here is this is the pipeline project. So this kind of gives you more of a snapshot of what's coming up, what's in the works. I think these are this does have some of the affordable housing projects listed, but a lot of this also includes the market rate housing. So as you can see, the majority of these units are above moderate. But then we also do have the very low and low income units in the process. And I guess I just want to be real clear when we talk about defining what a pipeline project is. They have either received entitlements, but not building permits, or have applications pending with the city. So that's the main difference between when we think about pipeline and what's coming, and when we think about units we know are going to be constructed because they pulled their building permits. And the last slide I have to share with you this evening is just a snapshot of what that 6-cycle regional housing need allocation is going to look like. So I didn't do a comparison, but our last cycle, and Heather might be able to correct this if I misstate it, was, I believe, 745 total housing units. And
That's correct.
Thank you. And for this next cycle, we're looking at Petaluma needing to produce 1,910 units. That's a substantial increase. I think the staff is currently, we're working on doing the background studies and analysis and gathering data and working on our housing element that will go hand in hand with our general plan. Heather could probably provide some more details on that, but we have a lot of work to do in this next cycle. And I think with that, we'll be needing to think very creatively about housing units. How do we bring them online? What kind of financing mechanisms do we have in place to support the development of the very low and low income units that we'll need to be meeting? And with that, that is the end of my presentation. And
Well, thank you for that. That was super informative. I have a quick question. This is kind of basic, but at what point do the units get counted for the purposes of our housing element? Is it upon occupancy or construction, or how does that work?
it can be, I'm sorry, my screen is everything clear there?
It looks good on our end.
Okay, good. All right, my screen's clear now. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Can you please repeat that question?
Oh, so I was just wondering, because I could see that we were counting in the different categories with each year under that's within the planning horizon of the housing element. At what point do these projects actually get counted and credited? Because there's such a long process of entitlement, building permit, then construction can often take time. Is it at occupancy that they're counted, or when is it posted to our to be accounted for?
HCD kind of has worked on clarifying their data and combining categories. So whether if a building permit has been issued and or there's a certificate of occupancy, those kind of fall into the same chart. They consider those, completed or a high likelihood they would be completed. And so those were included in the first chart with the building permits.
But I will clarify that as we're looking at the 6th cycle, so one of the first things we do when we're looking at going to a new housing element, right? So we get our regional housing needs allocation from the state. And one of the first things we do, which is what we're doing right now, is we do kind of an audit on the previous housing element. So one of the things we're doing right now is we're looking at all of the sites that were identified in the 5th cycle, and we're looking at, has something been developed? Has something been approved? Is it in the process? Is it built? Any of those things. Then also looking at, well, what sites have not been built on or entitlements approved, and are those still good sites? Are those sites that we want to carry forward? Are there specifics on those sites that make them not something we want to keep in our housing element. And in looking at that, we start looking at what's the remaining capacity from our 5th cycle. That's when we then look at, okay, so are there other sites that maybe something comes off, but there's other sites we want to look at putting on instead to help us get that additional capacity that we need. Part of the capacity in determining what we need to, we've got that 1,910, but anything that is approved but isn't finalized and occupied by June 30th, July 1st, let's keep it easy for me, counts towards the next cycle. So for instance, PEP housing, that PEP housing project is under construction, but we know that they will not get their certificate of occupancy until after July. So we actually get to count those in our 6th cycle, towards our 6th cycle RENA, similarly with MidPen, with those. So right now what we're doing is we're looking at, okay, what do we have in the pipeline that is likely to be built and completed in the next 8-year cycle? And we get to count those as reasonably foreseeable units in this next cycle. That's a long-winded explanation, but.
Well, thanks for that clarification. And I just want to open it up to other commissioners who might have questions before we go to public comment. And I see Commissioner Alonso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Karen, for the presentation with Heather, also all that helpful information. But just a few quick questions. On table 2, do we know, you listed a bunch of projects that have been approved, but a lot of those projects, right, don't have anybody living in them. They haven't been built yet. So what is that nexus there? Do we know how many of those projects in table 2 that have been approved, but still haven't been built? Is that all of them on there, or what? I guess what's that status look like in terms of what stage they're in?
I'm trying to pull up. Karen, are you able to pull up table 2?
Yes. Okay. Did you get it? No.
We're not able to see the slides.
Yeah. Do you have it in front of you, Heather?
I don't have it.
Okay.
But I thought that they all had a classification in the table.
Yeah, I think the table said approved or in progress. So I was just curious.
Okay,
So
so if they're in process, that means they are an application, but they have not received their entitlements. If they've said approved, usually that means, they have their approvals. And so those are probably ones, just because you submit an application doesn't mean an application is going to be approved. So, but once those entitlements are approved, it's a lot better chance that those projects will move forward.
right.
Is there a specific project I can?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm getting there. I was just curious
Okay.
the landscape because oftentimes we hear projects. We know, like for instance, we approve a project and then it could take years for it to actually get built and occupied. So I'm just trying to understand the nexus there, what we're looking like for the next RENA cycle. And so I think in the future it'd be helpful to know that data, especially as we consider with the general plan and everything. So for instance, Riverbend, that was approved. What's the status on that project?
That one, the final map is going before the council for approval in the next meeting or two. I don't know if it's on the 28th or not, but they have submitted a final map that has gone through review and has been determined to be consistent with the tentative map, and therefore the final map goes back before council for approval.
And that date's March 7th, Heather.
Oh, thank you, March 7th.
Thank you. And then Danco, I noticed was on there as approved, yet the state application for those tax credits or funding mechanism was denied by the state. Is there any update on other funding that they're looking for? Or what's the prognosis there for?
Yeah. So they have their approval. They were approved streamlined ministerial review under AB 2162 based on their providing, I think it's 33 permanent supportive housing units. So the request for funding as part of the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Grant was not successful. They did recently receive money, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but from the county. And they are continuing with other funding sources. So we continue to meet regularly with Danco to help identify and other funding sources. So they do have the city council approved, I think it was $2 million in housing in lieu and commercial linkage fee towards that project. And then they received money from the county. So they're kind of pulling those pieces together. As Karen says, sometimes it can take several cycles, or, as MidPen has 11 funding sources, they're continuing to look for funding sources for that.
And Heather, I can build on that a little bit as well. So we do continue to, check in with Danco regularly, about every 3 weeks, and talk with them about their housing strategy. So currently they have an application pending for 33 housing vouchers with the County of Sonoma, and that will help the project with providing the 33 very low income units, as well as the case management, which is needed sometimes for folks that are more vulnerable transitioning into permanent housing. They will be applying for tax credits in March for the first round, and they should hear about funding probably in July. If for some reason they're not successful, there is a second round that they will be applying for, and that would probably be, I think, applications are due late July, August, and the funding would be announced in October. So we do continue to meet. It's a very important project for the city, as there's 133 proposed units there. So we do meet with them pretty regularly and check in to, support them. Also, I think the city not only works with them to identify funding sources, but as an example, when they were putting together their application for the housing vouchers, the County of Sonoma, we support them and make sure they have everything they need for those applications, because the city is required to provide letters and documentation for the developers when applying.
Great. No, that's fantastic. Thanks for that update. And you mentioned, Karen, in your presentation, Project Home Key. Has the city actually formally applied with HCD on a Home Key project? And if so, what's the location? What's the hotel or motel?
Yes, actually, we did. We're working in partnership with Burbank Housing on that project. They had approached the city. They were looking at, a few different opportunity sites. The location is the America's Best Value Motel. I think it's 5135 Montero Way. The name for that project is the Studios on Montero. If you'd like more specific information, we did include that as one of the major projects that the city is working on in the city manager's monthly update. There's some good detail in there. But what that will be is it'll be converted to from motel rooms to housing units. There'll be about 207 square feet. But during the rehab, we'll be putting in small kitchenettes so people will be able to cook their own food there. We are working with the county. We submitted our application to HCD on December 6th, and it's currently under review by staff. So staff has been reaching out, asking us for more detailed information regarding, the client services plan and different financial aspects of the project. So why I've been asking HCD staff, when are we going to know one way or the other? They can't provide that information, but it is good news that they're reaching out and asking us for more information about the project. The timeline for that project is once, if we are receive a funding award from HCD, there's a pretty There's some pretty substantial rewards for moving quickly on a project like that. They have some pretty high-level financial incentives to acquire the site and do the rehab and have it occupational, serving our unsheltered community. It will provide a total of 60 housing units, and the housing units will be dedicated for chronically homeless individuals, which the definition of someone that's chronically homeless is someone that's been unsheltered and unhoused for a year or more. The key about that is if we are successful in getting county housing vouchers for that project, that subsidizes the rent for the client. They only pay 30% of their income towards rent. But most importantly, it also provides funding for support services. As we're talking about working with vulnerable community members. So having the support services, it's not just about getting people housed, but it's really supporting them and maintaining their housing. It's an exciting project. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Thank you. Well, how much? What was the application for? How much money to HCD?
I believe this is an estimate. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I think the total project costs were going to be $15 million. And the local funding for that would be the city and the county would need to provide about 1.5 million in local match. And that would, I think it's a little bit more than 15 million. My apologies for not having the exact number in front of you or in front of me. But that also provides money for operational subsidy. So site acquisition, rehab costs, and then support services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then what happens if we don't meet our RENA numbers for the 6th cycle?
Well, what we have to show is, one, we have to show the capacity with current land use designations or current when we adopt and request certification of our housing element. So we have to show capacity. And then in terms, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to build all of them. We have to show capacity, and based on how well we are meeting them, there are things like SB 35, which it requires that cities do streamlined ministerial review of housing projects with a certain number of lower income units. That's really based on for cities that aren't meeting their RENA for the lower income. So there's some if you have a certified housing element, but you're not keeping pace with provision of the lower income units, there are, I guess you'd call them consequences or incentives to try to facilitate those lower income units through things like SB 35 and other things. What has come down from the state during the 5th cycle housing element, I don't think any of us ever saw all of the different state housing changes coming with how many that have come during the 5th cycle. So that's one example of it.
Thank you. That's all I got for now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Wisman has his hand up.
Thank you, Chair Potter. And thank you, Karen, for the update report. I just have one clarifying question. How does it work if you don't achieve your goals in a certain category? Do those then roll in from one element into the next, or does it influence the targets? Do the targets become essentially higher in the next element for those particular categories where you underachieved in the previous element?
No, in the 6th cycle was a restart. It wasn't, it was, we get our numbers from the state, it's given to the area, and then it's broken down, from there to your county and then to the jurisdiction. So it wasn't like we had a 6th cycle RENA of, 1,500 units, but because we didn't satisfy 400 units from the fifth cycle, it became 1,900. It's a new cycle.
Got it.
Um,
Okay.
Director Hines, wouldn't you say that because of the methodology that's inherent in HCD's process, that the better you do in the previous cycle in meeting your targets, the lower your next RENA is going to be, because you've already provided a better stock of housing to meet the needs? I mean, it just would seem that when you look across the board at the RENAs, the communities who did a good job of building housing now have lower RENAs in this next cycle. And those jurisdictions who didn't produce the housing that, that had been outlined in their housing elements now have much larger obligations in the sixth cycle. So even though it's not like a one-to-one accounting, there is a trend.
I definitely think it's better to meet your lower income. You've got a healthier community and you're meeting the needs of your community for sure. I don't know if I know that across the board. Like, I believe the city of Sonoma met their RENA in the fifth cycle, but I also thought that their RENA still was significantly larger than their RENA was last time, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, but sorry, I interrupted. Commissioner Wissman, carry on.
No, that's, I think it was along the same lines I was thinking. And similarly, looking backwards, I think the report showed how we performed in the fifth element, but that was not necessarily reflective of what our performance was in the fourth element before that. And one wouldn't expect it to be if they don't roll forward.
Correct. I mean, I do think that over the last several housing elements, we demonstrate that we have a harder time meeting our lower income categories than our above moderate. And that is something that I think will be really important for us to explore and look at our, ideas for new programs and policies to find, for instance, the way that our inclusionary housing is based on the number of inclusionary is based on a percentage of your market rate, means we're always going to have more market rate in order to try to get our lower income. So one thing that I think is really important for us to do in the sixth cycle is look at other ways to incentivize, to facilitate, to encourage our affordable housing, not just as a percentage required on market rate. So I think we will be looking for not only capacity, but also, new or better or innovative programs to help us make a bigger difference with our lower income numbers.
And I think if I can just add on to that a little bit to address your question, I think one of the things we've seen too is the trends in the cycle, but it's also the funding that's available. As an example, in the fourth cycle, you had redevelopment agencies in play. And so you had a lot more local funding to work with to provide affordable housing. And so, that's where with this next housing element, we're really going to need to be thinking about the nexus between our policy and our funding and how we achieve our units.
Great. We appreciate the clarification. Thanks.
Commissioner Hooper.
Well, with a lot of the questions we've already had, I'm down to only 2 questions left. And I also wanted to thank Karen for that thoughtful presentation. First question I have is just, given the number of barriers that seem to have come up in recent years over development, I suspect I know the answer, but I was just curious, and I understand there'll be studies later, but just based off of staff's gut right now, what do we think are going to be the most significant barrier from this last cycle that'll probably carry over into the next one in terms of projects being completed in time?
Well, so for our affordable housing projects, which we actually have a number of approved affordable housing projects, 100% affordable. When you think of Mid-Penn, Burbank, PEP, and Danco. We have a number of them. The funding is always a challenge, and the city's funding options are limited because we don't have redevelopment anymore. And because the city changed the way we look at inclusionary to require it on site. We did that because the in lieu fee that we were collecting was not resulting. You had to collect so much in lieu fee to get one unit. If you think of a unit being, I think it's about 500,000 is kind of the typical cost of a unit. And so we were collecting these in lieu fees, but we had to get so much in order to make a project. So we moved to on-site inclusionary to get more units. However, we are no longer generating much at all in lieu fees to then help some of the affordable housing providers to leverage money or to help, give them the local match. So we're constantly looking for ways to be creative with that for local match, for, like the PEP housing was property, was part of that to try to facilitate that project. Was a city parcel. So that I think that's one of the challenges we have with helping our affordable housing providers gather the funding they need for those projects. A number of projects, like for instance, Haystack was a project that was approved, has not pulled building permits, so that one, what we heard back from that the developer was that at the end of the day, what that project costs, it just wasn't penciling, and so they were looking for ways to value engineer that project to make it pencil to be able to move forward with that. So I think sometimes that can be a barrier to projects. The things that get added on or get designed into a project, like during the entitlement process, sometimes can add additional costs. Sometimes our fees, we do not have a fee structure that shifts depending on like the size of project, size of housing units. So there's an inherent incentive there to build bigger because you can sell, a 2,500 square foot unit, you can sell it for more than 1,000 square foot unit. But when it comes to like development impact fees, you're going to pay the same. So that's another thing. So these are all things that we've identified and are talking to the housing consultant that's doing our housing element as things we would, like to explore to try to ensure that we're incentivizing housing and we're incentivizing the right type of housing projects.
This may seem out of left field, but I'm just curious to know, have material costs or transportation been a factor for any of these projects?
Oh, construction costs, material costs, definitely. I mean, they've really gone through the roof for materials, or that's what we're hearing from developers is what, when a project gets approved, by the time they get ready to build, the shift in construction costs has grown substantially.
Got it. Thank you. And then just one more question. You noted that so many changes came down from the state during this last cycle. And to be fair, yeah, it was kind of a spree of housing policies. I was just wondering, given how many of these have yet to be have such a long timeline for when they get implemented, in the next year, will there be an opportunity for us to get kind of a presentation on the new landscape, given all of these policies that are starting to get implemented in ideally in the next year or two?
We could definitely do that. And you will be seeing some of them. We are working on a package of some housing legislation to things like there's newer density bonus law. So we need to update our density bonus. We now have SB 9. So we're looking at how how to create the appropriate code updates to comply with SB 9, making sure that our ADU ordinance is up to date with the ADU. So we are, you'll probably be seeing some of those sooner than later with some text amendments that we're looking at, but we'll definitely try to keep you as apprised as we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. And thanks to staff for this report. It's hugely important for our community. It's just the key thing for how we have people in our town and how they can afford to be in our town. So I'm looking at table 1 and had a question or would like confirmation. The low, very low, and moderate, those are all deed restricted, right? So those are a locked in category. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And
Well, can I clarify that? Some of the moderate ADU production, so an ADU that is permitted can be counted as non-deed restricted moderate for purposes of the 5th cycle. That is going to change with the 6th cycle. They're actually breaking it down into, I think it's 30% very low, 30% low, 30% moderate, and 10% above moderate. But under the 5th cycle, ADUs counted as a non-deed restricted moderate unit.
Thank you. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting wrinkle in there when that happens. So, and this is building permits. Table 1 is building permits. Because you can't double count them as certificate of occupation.
No, it would be, Karen, please confirm, is table 1 finals, like certificate of occupancies, or are those building permits?
Those are building permits. I'm looking at my notes here.
Okay.
To make sure I have it. So
I appreciate that the HCD requires a more like huge spreadsheet of all the different nuance of every category and everything. But the one I like from that big spreadsheet is certificates of occupancy. And I think the number for this past year was 23 certificates of occupancy, and the year before 77. So I mean, while we process a lot here at planning, entitlements happen, and even, I mean, there's a real commitment when you pull a building permit. That's a real number, but we're still not opening many doors. 23 this year, 77 last year. That's an average of like 0.25% growth in town. That's like no growth in town. So even though some of the big numbers look scary, it takes so long for them to string out that we're just not opening doors for people to live in here in town. And then if that's just building permits, looking at table 2, say that this cycle ends in July 1st, 2022, this next couple months, or is that when it ends, this RENA cycle?
Yeah, so anything that doesn't have a final or a certificate of occupancy by July 1 will actually be counted towards the 6th cycle.
So we won't get credit if they pick up a building permit between now and July?
Mm-mm.
So really,
I mean, it'll show forward progress, but it won't be counted as towards the RENA in terms of achieving it.
so then probably nothing on the pipeline will occur in this RENA cycle.
I think we've been really trying to look at this. I think that there's an estimate that I think it's like 19 homes in Quarry Heights that are under construction, and there might be a few in as part of the North Bank Tri-Point. They're under construction too, so there might be a few of those that are finalized, but it's pretty limited what we anticipate actually being finalized. Like some of the other things like PEP, we know be finalized until after July 1. And the Spanos project on Water Street, Oak, and the Boulevard, that will not be finalized until after July.
So those ones are kind of in it too, of things that we'll be completing, but nothing in pipeline gets included this year. So what we're looking in table 1 is pretty much really close to our completion for this Rainier cycle. But it's good to see that we're moving on things for the next Rainier cycle. You know, we were talking about in the inclusionary housing, and you know, PAP is not inclusionary, Mid-Penn's not inclusionary, Burbank's not inclusionary, but they are good affordable housing projects. And to piggyback on Commissioner Blake's point, the key thing is funding, and this is a great time for funding. I mean, there's never enough. Got to be clear, there's never enough funding, but at least there is some funding, and there are places, projects that are doing that. And I don't know if it's a bad thing that we expedite these affordable housing projects and get them in their queue for their tax credit applications. I think all the ones we've seen have really been very accommodating to the expedited process and not confrontational. You know, be different than for-profit development we get at loggerheads with sometimes. What I do like to keep a focus on with inclusionary housing is that sometimes it's viewed as the number of units, and I think we need to keep our eye on it should be the number of units or the number of square foot. We should be getting the percentage of square foot similar to the housing being built. You know, we just whichever is greater. There shouldn't be a way to shortcut inclusionary by providing smaller units or units to the side. I'm really glad to see that those defunct projects have been purged from the list. That is the Haystacks, the Hines, Deer Creek's still on there, and I guess we've heard something. Maybe yes, maybe there'll be new life in that one, but it's these things take forever, and really the Project Home Key could be the big game changer for us. That's not one where the funding has to cobble together from so many sources and so many competitions. I think that one, if I remember right, is it's first come, first serve. As soon as your application clears all the hurdles, you get funded. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Kevin, can you repeat that question again? It was about Home Key, and if we get funded by HCD, does that mean we have definitely a project moving forward? Is that your?
Well, kind of rather, you're not waiting in line for deadlines and things. As soon as they determine that your project is compliant, and I don't think it's best even, it's not competitive in that regard, it's completeness, then you're funded.
It is completeness of the application. It is a highly competitive program, but the majority of the funding is coming directly from the state. So yes, you don't have like the 3 or 4 year waiting period where you're applying for tax credits or other funding sources. It's really just the majority of the funding is from the state. And then we have a local match that we would need to support the project between the city and the county. And that's about $1.5 million.
And so that's fabulous. I'm glad, really appreciate staff getting that application in. Will those units count in our RENA category? Or
They absolutely will.
That's fabulous. Because I do worry that, we've stood up the COTS People's Village now, and it's a real impressive lift, a real good thing. But part of that is just the changing nature of shelter for the homeless, in that the capacity of Mary Isaac has dropped by half because of can't think of the C word there, but so we haven't made up what we've lost within the Mary Isaac Center with this. We still have more work to do on this level. But this just shows that Petaluma and Petaluma staff is really pulling out all the stops to try and find good projects that can be built and can be in the affordable, real needed areas. Thanks.
And Councilman McDonald, I'll note, I agree with you that we've had great partners with our affordable housing projects to date using the streamlined ministerial review, and staff has really tried to embrace that as a way to incentivize and to reduce costs of going through the process as a tool, using what we have. And we have been fortunate that the affordable housing providers, developers that we've been working with have been so open to doing community outreach and those kind of things, even though we can't require them as part of that. So I think Burbank, Midpen, and Danco all came before this commission as an informational feedback loop. And, Midpen has their own multi-meeting community outreach efforts that they do. So we've been very fortunate and have had some really wonderful partners through those processes.
Okay, are there any other commissioners who have any comments on this study session before we go to public comment? Not seeing any hand raised. So, Mr. Roberts, if you could see if we have anyone who'd like to speak on the item.
Thank you, Chair Potter. I see 2 hands raised. I'll go ahead and share my timer. Okay, first up is Callum Weeks, followed by Taryn Obaid. Callum, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Chair Potter, Councilmember McDonald, and commissioners. My name is Cal Weeks, and I am the Policy Director with Generation Housing. I just wanted to say that I am heartened by this conversation. I'm hearing some really great things being discussed tonight. And one of the things that Generation Housing is looking to advance over the course of the next year as we discuss the housing element process is really trying to drive the elements that essentially compose the pro-housing designation program, which I'm sure many of you have heard about over the past several months, year, et cetera. And some of the things that, we're really looking to drive is, for example, the establishment of ministerial approval process for a variety of housing types, priority permit processing for ADUs, multifamily units, affordable housing, impact fee waivers or reduction altogether. Often it's the case, and you can reach out to Midpen, you can reach out to Burbank, they'll all say the same thing. One of the most significant barriers to affordable housing, not just in Sonoma County, but throughout the entire state, is impact fees. I think for the Journey's End project in Santa Rosa, it's on the level of several millions of dollars. And those can often inhibit affordable housing and scuttle it really altogether. And so it's really important that I think that we look to align ourselves with this pro-housing designation because it reaps benefits. And by that, I mean, it gives you competitive advantages once you breach a certain point threshold when it comes to really going for state funding. One of the I think more popular ones is the infill infrastructure grant, which for qualifying projects opens up the door for opportunities to get additional funding for capital investments in and around the project's vicinity. And so I really look forward to working with all of you. I think Petaluma is on the brink of doing some pretty amazing things. And I am, again, really just super heartened to hear the conversation that's been going on over the past hour or so. And so thank you so much for your service. And I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you for your comment, Callum. Up next is Taryn Obaid, followed by Dwayne. Taryn, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Hello again. Thank you very much. This is a really good to hear, informative presentation. Thank you, Karen, and Heather, thank you for your clarification points. I'm still stuck on trying to understand one point, and that is what exactly is the basis for meeting the RENA requirement? Is it capacity or is it permitting? It seems to me like maybe it's the first two slides combined, permitting plus pipeline. I'm not understanding that. So thank you very much in advance. If you could please clarify for those of us who are not commissioners in the audience. And then also, I like the home key project, and I wondered if you could please comment on whether there's potential to do that with like some of the vacant big things in town, like Kmart. I heard a Home Depot was trying to shoehorn themselves into that. Economically, I can't imagine how that's a good idea for our local economy, but it seems like that could be converted into like the Kmart into like hundreds of units. And then thanks Commissioner McDonald, Councilmember McDonald, for bringing up the issue of the changing nature of sheltering the homeless. In Novato, I just read recently that Novato has a whole tent city. And I'm wondering, is there any way to make a semi-permanent structure, such as like a cabin / tent, a housing unit that we could throw up quickly and then have those numbers count for us? And then finally, two last questions, please. Has COVID impacted anything in terms of how quickly we meet our numbers, or whether we're going to be penalized if we don't meet our numbers? Big emergencies turn the globe upside down. I can't imagine that they're not going to give us a little bit of wiggle room in meeting these numbers and God forbid, penalize us financially for not meeting it during a global pandemic. And then my last question would be, hey, for these large developments, I say charge them even more. They establish themselves as monopolies. We all know people that get in there, and I've been there. I've been at Basin Street. You get in for 6 months and then they jack the price up 10%. And then it's a huge barrier to get out of there. I know people that after 10 years, they're paying double in rent what they were initially paying. And that's the problem with big monopolies, like big rental complexes that are always advertising that they have leases available. It's a big numbers game for them, so charge them more, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Taryn. Up next is Dwayne, followed by Veronica O. Dwayne, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm, of course, concerned as everyone with the number of homeless and people who have inadequate income for rent or for housing. It wasn't that way when I was a young person, and I'd like to see more discussion and more thought goes into how did we get into this disaster? How did it happen? What's going on? And it wasn't allocation of numbers by RENA that caused the problem. I know it's an attempt to solve the problem, but I think we should be looking at what caused the problem. Also, as a person who's very concerned with the climate crisis, the disaster, I think the first question I would like to hear discussed by anybody looking at housing is the 20,000 plus people per day that travel into Petaluma to work. And I would like to see us thinking about how we can provide housing for those 20,000 workers so that we don't have to be creating so much transportation, so much gasoline to get to people here. I'd like to see us housing our workers. And I don't see any discussion of allocation that correlate these numbers for RENA with actual workers. Where is the discussion of the problem of solving the problem or crisis in the climate by looking at how we get people who want to work here to live here and people who want to live here to have jobs here, how we get to correlate those. There's no discussion of this arena. I've never seen a single word on discussing how we get workers locally and how we get people who live here jobs locally. I think it's far more likely we'd be able to build housing for those people who are working here and build the type of housing that they can afford, that they'd like to live in, and that community. Random sets of numbers assigned by some state bureaucrats hardly seems to solve our problem. We can throw money at it. We can throw state money at it. We can tax one group of people to subsidize another group of people, but it doesn't cut the amount of carbon we're releasing in the air to transport people to their jobs. It doesn't solve our climate crisis. All it does is take care of a very serious problem, but it's the more serious problem is building housing for people where they'll end up underwater as the sea level rises. That doesn't make any sense at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Dwayne. Up next is Veronica O. Veronica, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and community and staff. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation and clarifications on the technicalities. One thing I just wanted to point people to is the Know Before You Go presentation by Chuck Marone recently. That was, I think, last week or the week before. It's a really good treatment on a whole systems approach to how we get to have transportation and housing and communities that support the people in our town. And I just want to share a few quotations from an article by Chuck Marone of Strong Towns. And he says that if you want to make housing more affordable, start by designing neighborhoods, not buildings. And I am a complete fan of building neighborhoods. I think that we have to craft our town and we have to plan that we're going to have something for everybody. And we need design in order to do that. And that affordable housing is directly related to transportation and how people can get from point A to point B, which leads me to the next thing of bikeable and walkable communities. And we need to stop making our streets oriented to the car. That is a huge problem, because if we made our streets more livable and walkable, then we would have more accessibility for other things like amenities, healthcare, food, etc. And most people want to live and work and play in the same place. And most people want walkable and bikeable places. So the other thing that he recommends is, he says, focus on your lost space. Find land that's been skipped over for one reason or another and is available from government or nonprofits. And he said, build up the street scenes. He says, redesign neighborhoods and restore confidence in neighborhoods with shade trees and places where people can go to that attracts them. It will give people confidence to live there. And also focus on what's missing in the neighborhood. So those houses that need infrastructure for walking and biking, and things like mother-in-law units and building narrower lots. Most people have an overabundance of commercial spaces and parking lots. So focus on repurposing those. Those were just some thoughts that I had, and I really appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Veronica. Okay, and I'm not seeing any additional hands raised on this item. I'll stop sharing my screen and pass it to Chair Potter.
Thank you, everyone, for those comments and your participation in this important process. I just wanted to take a minute to kind of wrap up and mention that the housing element is one component of the general plan, and it's going to lay out a path for designating sites that have potential to meet the goals, many goals that are set by the city, but it doesn't alone establish all the policies around livability and how we're going to meet our climate challenges. So that is the job of the community. We're deeply involved in it now. The housing element is on a set cycle, and we're now in the process of pulling together the work that we do in the housing element and bringing that into the general plan process, so that when we're complete, we're going to be able to actualize the vision of the community. So that gives a little bit of context of what this study session was about. I see that both Karen and Heather have their hands raised, and if we could briefly maybe touch on anything that stood out in the comment period before we move on to our next item.
I can quickly comment on a quick items. I did, Callum, thank you for your comments. I did want to let you know that I am working with the planning manager. We are looking at the HCD Pro Housing program and pulling together the city information. We'll be pursuing that and applying. But we've also pursued other setting up other funding programs through HCD, the Local Housing Trust Fund, which will provide us the ability to apply for matching funds. I also wanted to comment on the Home Key project and why converting shopping malls and vacant commercial space is an eligible use of the funding. The concern from staff was the time it would take. And also there's a maximum amount of subsidy award you can receive from the state. So to do a project like that, it would take a lot more local funding. Not to say we couldn't do it, but that's how staff worked with when Burbank brought the one project forward. It seemed to check a lot of boxes for us. In regard to the comment about having a tent city as an option, the city team will be working on bringing forward a homeless services community workshop probably later this year. We don't have the dates established for that, but we are aware that we need to really get some community input and talk more about solutions for supporting our unsheltered community members. I also wanted to say that COVID did impact the building. We saw some delays in the supply chain regarding to the People's Village project, as well as our PEP housing project. They had anticipated having that done by January. So COVID has definitely impacted it. I think the last comment is it was about workforce housing. We do actually have a partnership with the Housing Land Trust of Sonoma County. They work with us and they do the administration on our ownership program, and it's focused on our workforce development. And it provides, developers provide inclusionary units, and we work with them, and that does provide ownership opportunities for our local workforce. And Heather, I think I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I just had a couple clarifications or information. So in response to Taryn's question about what exactly does the housing element need to show, it needs to demonstrate that the city has capacity to meet its RHNA. So in order to be certified, which we need a certified housing element to be eligible for funding and to not be penalized in other ways. So to get a certified housing element, we have to demonstrate that we have capacity for the 1,910 housing units that are required through our regional housing needs allocation. And those that the way we demonstrate that is with sites that have the designation and the zoning to allow housing in that site inventory. The other piece of that is we also have our programs. So that is something, and there's lots of new requirements from HCD on the program development and new categories associated with affirmative fair housing and lots of additional things coming into play. So it's also a robust set of programs that helps us to facilitate that housing. And then each year, in order to maintain our certification, we have to do an annual progress report. And that annual progress report is this huge spreadsheet where we show housing entitlements approved, building permits issued, and certificates of occupancy in the previous calendar year. So we have to do that each year. And then I just wanted to, as we're really taking off with the housing element, there will be a number of opportunities for public engagement. We're looking to hold a community dialogue at the Planning Commission in probably March, April meeting. We'll also be looking to do a community workshop, and we'll also be starting to really dive into housing discussion at the General Plan Advisory Committee meetings. So stay tuned, and we'll be getting that information out as soon as we can get things scheduled.
Thank you so much. Any last comments from the commissioners who haven't had a chance to speak? Okay, well, that concludes the item on the housing element progress, and we're going to move on now to item 8, which is a study session on the Scanel mixed-use development project. And it looks like Emmanuel will be giving the presentation on this item, which is seeking input from the commission, but no decisions will be made tonight.
And I believe Emmanuel is in the participants, Eric, and needs pulled over as a panelist.
Yes, Emmanuel, I've sent you an invitation for a panelist. You should be able to accept that.
Good evening. Thank you. I thought I'd never be invited. So I'll share my screen here and begin this presentation. Okay, my computer's got too much open. You able to see my screen?
I'm not seeing it.
Okay. Well, let me stop. All right. Computer's freezing.
Madam Chair, maybe we could take a brief recess.
Yeah, my computer's frozen right now.
The other thing I was wondering, we could also move to item 9 to dispense with that, and then move back to item 8 for the study session. Would that be acceptable?
I think that would be great while Emmanuel troubleshoots his computer. And that item is the Chapter 24 zoning text amendments, and we are requesting that that item be continued to a date certain of March 8th.
Yeah, that's correct. Our agenda indicates, and I could entertain a motion to continue the zoning text amendment to a date certain of March 8th.
I'll make a motion to continue it to March 8th.
Okay, I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Could we have a roll call vote? Do we need a vote?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Bauer,
Aye.
Alonso,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hooper,
Yes.
Potter,
Aye.
Ryder,
Aye.
Wisman.
Yes.
Okay, so that item will be heard at the Planning Commission meeting of March 8th. And Emmanuel, how are things going with the computer?
Well, let's try sharing one more time. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, I can see the PowerPoint now.
Okay.
If you could move it to full screen,
There we go.
it'll be larger. That'd be great.
I just had to shut down some of the large plan files I had. I apologize for that.
No, thanks.
My name is
We can
Emmanuel Ursu, planner for the Scanel development proposal that's before the Planning Commission this evening. Thank you, Chair Potter, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. I'll be giving a brief presentation and then turn it over to the Scanel development team, and then we'll get into details regarding their proposal. The purpose of this item is a study session to solicit input from the Planning Commission and from members of the public for the benefit of the applicants so they can continue through the development review process. The project is located next to, just to the west of the Riverfront Development, which you're familiar with. Highway 101 is on the top right side of the screen. The Smart Railroad and Hopper Street are on the north side of the project site. The McNear Channel and Petaluma River are on the south side of the site. The project in total contains approximately 39 acres, approximately 10 acres in this location between the city's corporation yard and the Shamrock cement plant, and then approximately 29 acres in this location. The PIPS facility, COTS facility are just north of this area. The community park in the Riverfront Development is in this location. This is an overlay showing the Riverfront Development. You saw this exhibit at the last Planning Commission meeting. Just shows how the proposed road network would tie in to the residential streets and commercial streets in the Riverfront project. The one street that does not continue is this roadway, this street along the Riverfront Park. It ends at this location and turns inland or away from the waterfront, rather than continuing along the water line. They do continue a multi-use path along the riverbank, and it ties into Hopper Street up at the far west side of the project site. Again, this is the commercial area, approximately 10 acres, and then the residential component is in this location. The site is currently designated river-dependent industrial on the general plan, and it has a 7-acre park site. This is a community park versus a neighborhood park, so it's intended to have serve citywide needs. Straddles the property line between the Riverfront project and this project site. The total acreage identified in the general plan for this park is 7 acres. There are approximately 3 acres that were developed on the Riverfront site. This is the zoning for the site as shown in the SMART code. It is in the D3 district. This line identifies a half-mile radius from the SMART station. This is the project site here. There's civic space that is already zoned along the riverfront. So what's proposed is almost 200,000 square feet, 197,000 square feet of commercial office space in 2 phases. Phase 1 would be 53,000 square feet of office with 164 parking spaces. And then phase 2 would be 144,000 additional square feet in 3 additional buildings. Building A would be expanded as part of phase 2. Building B and C would be added, and building D would also be added. Building D is a 331 stall parking structure with approximately 3,800 square feet of retail on the Hopper Street frontage. In the residential component, there are 195 units proposed, consisting of 104 duplexes or duets and 91 detached single-family units. In addition, on this parcel, which is approximately 2.64 acres, the applicant proposes donating that site to Eden Housing, a not-for-profit housing developer, to construct up to 80 below market rate units that would be affordable at the extremely low and low income level. In terms of public amenities, would be the extension of the multi-use path along the river and channel, McNear Channel. So to make all this happen, there are several both legislative and quasi-judicial land use applications before the Planning Commission, and also will require City Council approval. General plan amendments entail the change in the land use from the river dependent to mixed use, and they would like to remove the requirement for the community park on the project site. And then the Central Petaluma specific plan and zoning map would need to be amended from D3 to, they're requesting changing it to the transect zone 4 and 5 and the community space or civic space. And then they've included with their current application phase 1 SPAR for the commercial. That's the 53,000 square feet of commercial office. Their application currently includes a tentative map for all of the lots in the project, commercial and residential lots. They have a number of warrants that would be required for both the commercial and the residential components of the project. And then their intention is to submit at a future date site plan or architectural review application for phase 2 of the commercial project and for the residential component of the project. They also would be required to obtain alternative compliance to allow all of the affordable housing to be in one location on the site rather than to be dispersed throughout the development. The existing land use designation is for heavy manufacturing that's dependent on the river. And then, as I mentioned, it's also zoned for, designated for city parks, and this is for a community park intended to serve the entire city. The proposed land use designation is mixed use, which would allow for a variety of residential, commercial, office, retail, and industrial uses. It's intended to be at a promote a mix of uses, including vertical mixed use. They do not have any vertical mixed use in this proposal. And then also they propose to remove the 3.5 acre community park requirement. This chart shows the uses allowed in the T4 and T5 zone and the T3 zone. So just give you an example. So none of the assembly, lodging, or residential uses are allowed in the existing zoning. Same with retail and service uses. They're not allowed in the existing, whereas they many are allowed in the T4 zone. Continuing on with services, some of the transportation, communications, and infrastructure uses are permitted in both districts. And same with some industrial manufacturing, processing, and wholesaling, many of which are permitted by right in the existing D3 zoning. So the phase 1 SPAR includes development of a 53,000 square foot, 2-story building in this location. This is the McNear Channel. Hopper Street is in this location. This is the western end of the far western side of the project. The residential component is over down kind of kitty corner to the bottom right on this exhibit. They would include surface parking lot in front of the building that would subsequently be removed with phase 2 to accommodate buildings up along the Hopper Street frontage. And then this landscape area next to the city's corporate yard would be developed with a parking structure as part of phase 2 as well. The tentative subdivision map would, as I mentioned, create all the lots in the project. Block 5 for the affordable housing would be 1 lot, And then there'd be lots for all of the single family attached and detached units. They're requesting several warrants to allow the proposed development, including warrants for the commercial component of the project associated with the location of the parking up along the street, a reduction in the ceiling height on the ground floor, excess building lot or lot dimensions and building dimensions. Similarly, in the residential, they'd like relief from some of the setback requirements, lot size requirements, and requirements regarding the building structure sizes. With future submittals, they would have the phase 2 SPAR and for the commercial, and then the SPAR also for the residential, both the market rate and affordable, and then the alternative compliance. This is what phase 2 of the commercial area would look like. So building A gets expanded. Building B and C are added. The parking area that was in front of building A is removed. And a 3 to 4 story parking structure containing approximately, I believe, is 331 parking spaces and commercial retail on the ground floor at the front of the parking structure is part of phase 2. So there are several areas of discussion that we would like Planning Commission input and believe the applicant would benefit from before they proceed further with their development application. And these topic areas are outlined towards the end of the staff report, along with some of the general plan policies. I've listed a few of them in these slides. There are several more that I've included in an attachment to the staff report. So I'd like to get feedback on the proposed change in the general plan land use designation. Is the designation that they're changing to appropriate? Should we change from a river dependent land use to mixed use? Is the density of housing, given the site's proximity to the SMART station in downtown, appropriate? Should there be a reduction in community parkland? Should off-site improvements be required to connect the site to the downtown and to the SMART station? There are some specific general plan policies that speak to this. Is the type of housing proposed appropriate? Should the affordable housing all be in one location? And should there should be a single loaded street along the riverfront? These are some of the policy areas of input that we'd like to hear from the Planning Commission. And then there are some issues that may come up with phasing of the commercial component of the project. If phase 2 is never developed, phase 1 does not meet the design intent and policies of the general plan or the SMART code. We do have some concern with the large number of warrants being requested, and also like to have Planning Commission feedback on environmental sustainability issues. So with that, this is an item that does not require a formal decision or any action by the Planning Commission. It's a discussion, provide feedback to the applicant. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And if we could go to the applicant for a brief, if there's any comments they want to add on the project.
So the applicant did prepare a presentation as well. So great. Here we go.
Hey, good evening. And thank you, Chair Potter and Commissioners, for hosting this study session, and everyone for listening in and taking the time to join us. My name is Walker Williams, and I'm the Development Manager with Skinnell Properties team, the applicant for the project. This evening with us, we've got our partners at Eden Housing, Andrea Osgood, and also our architect, Jill Williams with KTGY. Some of the things I'll be discussing tonight is somewhat redundant from what you heard from Emmanuel, but I wanted to emphasize a few points about our project. So just to kind of give you a quick introduction to who we are, Skinnell Properties is a private multinational developer looking for ways to improve communities across the globe. And we're excited to continue investing in Petaluma. Petaluma is a community that we've been investing in for years. Some of our past and current projects in Petaluma include building and property renovation at 775 South Point Boulevard, 190,000 square feet of industrial space. We brought 3 new tenants to the Petaluma community in that building. And we're also currently renovating and upgrading over 100,000 square feet at 2249 South McDowell Boulevard. And those tenants include On Track. And we're also in final negotiations with a well-known national tenant to also include them in the current Petaluma market. So as Emmanuel shared a few minutes ago, over the past 3 years, we've been planning a sustainable and connected riverfront development that's currently a brownfield infill site. And we're hoping on adding new attainable homes and open space, activated open space for the Petaluma community. We've been working diligently with city planning staff on numerous iterations and enhancements, and we feel confident that our current plan meets the city's current codes and requirements. In addition to this planning commission meeting, over the last several weeks and months, we've been meeting with multiple community groups, including the current Tri-Point homeowners, the Know Before You Grow group, Friends of the Petaluma River, and the Petaluma River Park Foundation, just to name a few. So really our intent tonight is to share with you what we've got planned at the moment, and then we want to listen to the community and also the commissioners and gather your feedback. So as you can see from the screen, this is an aerial of the site about 8 months ago. This site was formerly the Pomeroy concrete plant, where concrete beams were formed and poured to be used on Bay Area bridges. So it's a historic site for the Petaluma community. As part of their operation, they cast dozens of runways, as you can see from the picture, to support their concrete beam building operation. Existing concrete foundations from last summer were crushed to be recycled in the development of our new proposed project. The demolition of the existing concrete foundations were certified for reuse by our design consultants, and also a demo permit was issued by the city. So when we undertook this demolition project in summer of 2021, we spent almost $3 million to demolish existing concrete foundations. At the end of it, we ended up crushing over 30,000 cubic yards of concrete, which is the equivalent of filling 1 football field 5 feet deep from end zone to end zone of solid concrete. So it's quite an undertaking. The crushed concrete, if you're familiar with the site, you can drive by today and you can see it stockpiled on site. And the idea is we plan to reuse that concrete as base material to support future neighborhood streets for the neighborhood that you'll see in a few moments. So Emmanuel kind of gave us a quick idea of where the site sits, but just to reiterate, it's a 39-acre parcel sitting about a quarter mile west of Highway 101, approximately 1 mile east of downtown, and immediately adjacent to the Riverfront Development to our west. The site is surrounded by COTS and the Smart Rail Line to the north. City's courtyard also is there adjacent to COTS. And for decades, this property has been inaccessible to the public. So we're excited to change that as part of our proposal. What we like to consider 500 Hopper Street is an extension of the adjacent Riverfront Development project that has already been approved by the city and is currently under construction. So our neighborhood blends nicely with the Riverfront Development. The location lends itself very well to certain elements that we're excited about. One, is the activated open space that runs along the riverfront, which includes new public access to the Petaluma River. Second component is the commercial, which will, at its full build out, will be a nice brand new commercial campus. The third component, which actually has two components, is our residential. And we're offering a diversity of housing types and affordable housing. So those two types of residential offerings are market rate residential and affordable housing. So we partnered up with Eden Housing, and Andrea will speak to that later in the presentation. One last thing I'd like to mention before we leave that slide is primary access will be through Caulfield Lane Extension. So that road will, which currently dead ends into Hopper Street, it will continue through the corporation yard and extend into the neighborhood. So there will be more than one way out. You could also go down Hopper Street, and all the internal neighborhood streets will be interconnected with the adjacent Riverfront development and the commercial development. So one thing I'd like to highlight just for a few moments is with the project, we have a key link in connecting Petaluma by providing critical connections by trails, roads, and pathways from West Petaluma through the Riverfront development area. Another thing I'd like to mention is the walkability of our project. We understand how important it is to invest in the walkability of Petaluma. And as part of the project, we're adding a network of new bicycle and pedestrian pathways. So in this activated open space, we're going to create nearly 7 acres of open space, which includes more than an acre of restored riverfront wetlands and habitat. And in that area of activated open space, we're going to add 69 native oak trees. So new ecological activated open space and newly created wetland areas will provide a rich and sustainable ecosystem of highly functional wildlife habitats, including native plants and trees. So the added trail along 500 Hopper is actually just over 3,000 feet long. So it's quite a bit of added trail, which will continue the miles of existing trails along the riverfront. To further describe the activated open space, I just wanted to highlight a few amenities that will be built along the riverfront trail. So one is the adjoining tot lot measuring 0.31 acres, including a play structure, picnic area, bench seating, bike racks, and the drinking fountain. Also, we'll have landscape areas along the trail that will be revegetated with native species of ground cover and trees, bounded by a split rail fence to separate the trail area from the dedicated public space. Then the third thing is there are also 2 major picnic nodes, one at the commercial property and the other at the end of the Caulfield Lane extension, which includes picnic tables, benches, trash receptacles, bike racks, and play turf areas. So the last thing I'd like to highlight about the activated open space is that the walking trail will contain illuminated bollards spaced at 50 feet on center along the trail. All right, so something that we've looked at over the past several months and year is the project will invest over $4 million in restoring and stabilizing bank conditions across specific portions of the site's river frontage. So as you might be familiar with, if you're familiar with the site, you can see that there are several riverfront walls, they're retaining structures that were used as part of the industrial space. So we will clean up and restore the previously inaccessible river edge by removing those dilapidated timber and steel retaining wall structures while restoring the natural tidal estuary across the entire property. So ultimately, this will increase the shoreline area by about 0.83 acres, including 0.15 acres of wetland creation and 0.12 acres of wetland restoration. So as you can see from the graphic on the screen, our goal is to return what has been industrialized, the riverfront bank, back to natural conditions with a minimum of 3-to-1 slope, which is recommended by oversight agencies like the Corps of Engineers. Also, the technical assistance panel report commissioned by the city in 2020 recommended the use of this type of riverfront restoration. So we're abiding by that guidance. So one thing we'd also like to highlight is sea level rise. So with our close proximity to the Petaluma River, sea level rise is an important issue facing not only our project, but also Petaluma as a community. So we've established the lowest finished floor elevations of our residences that we're proposing based on the following sea level rise assumptions. By year 2080, the sea level rise models that our consultants are using have estimated an increase in sea level of approximately 200 centimeters, which is just over 8 feet. And when that estimate of sea level rise, the 8-foot estimate level of sea level rise, is combined with the 100-year storm, all of our residences or the residential finished floor elevations are still 1 foot above that elevation. So our conclusion is the site will not create an increased potential for inundation due to sea level rise. In addition to creating accessible and activated open space, we envision a future commercial campus in which employees can easily bike, train, or walk to work. Our project supports a balance of jobs and homes. And with jobs and homes located near downtown, 500 Hopper Street is excited about offering opportunity for residents of the community to live near where they work with attainable and affordable homes. So as part of our project, we're encouraging alternative transportation. This pedestrian and bicycle friendly area will include public riverfront trails, access to downtown Petaluma and the Smart Station, and the potential for future residents to walk to work at nearby businesses. So this is a little bit redundant from what Emmanuel said, but I'll go ahead and restate it just to make sure that, that it's clear. Our commercial plans include 197,000 square feet of office space located in 3 buildings, A, B, and C, inclusive of 3,700 square feet of retail in building D, which is the parking garage. Phase 1 is building A, and the second phase is buildings B, C, and D, which again is the parking garage, and expansion of building A. So ultimately, the development of the commercial campus will create 600 to 900 jobs at the completion of both phases. All right, so to discuss our market rate housing, I'd like to introduce our architect, Jill Williams from KTGY Architects. Jill, go ahead.
Great, thanks, Walker. Appreciate everyone's time. I'll try to go through all of this fairly quickly, and then obviously here to talk about anything else more in depth. So for the market rate residential, the current plan contemplates 159 total new homes split between 85 small lot single family and 74 attached homes. We also have been studying the potential for adding another 29 ADUs or junior ADUs within the neighborhoods that we think we can spread out and could be very successful for adding additional housing opportunities. For the site plan, as talked about, we, my team member Cindy and I, and the rest of the team really have studied this piece quite in depth, and obviously we have the connectivity to Riverfront that makes sense, the integration of the Riverfront park areas, this new north-south connection that we really think of kind of as a promenade. It has a great wide sidewalk, tree wells, and really will be such an important visual as you come in and headed out to connect to the Riverfront Park area. And so we believe there's been quite a bit of thought put into this by the team, and this represents very much what we believe is your SMART code with the intent that's there. We do have some numbers that we have laid out for where there are some slight differences, but very much about how you get those front doors along these main streets. And so you'll see on that main connector north-south, those are all front doors with front porches, no driveways are interrupting that street scene. And so really looking to utilize for displacement on the site as well as diversity, a mix between alley loaded and front loaded homes. And so as we think about plan design, home design, really trying to balance private open space, livability of first floor, all the things that we know are so important to the future residents here. And while still looking that we can talk about density, and we know that's a big item. And so what we did here was we laid out an exhibit showing you kind of block by block what exists at Riverfront and then what we're proposing at 500 Hopper. And so we think that this really does start to fill a small lot housing gap that exists in Petaluma. And so looking to really try to take what was started at Riverfront, but try to increase our density as you move into 500 Hopper. And you can start to see that obviously some of the blocks that have more curvature sometimes are not quite as dense in those areas, but really trying to increase that while really still paying attention to the livability of these homes. And so you can see the numbers there that we're proposing. Riverfront is coming in at about 12.6 units to the acre. And 500 Hopper as proposed is at 14.3. Adding in the ADUs would increase that further up to about 16 to the acre. And so pretty pleased with what that is, with what the type of home that we believe that we can deliver here and what we think will really be quite successful in Petaluma and very much needed to fulfill a family housing type. So as we think about what those housing types are, and we think about being affordable by design, as we think about these market rate. And so we know that there's just a couple other smaller neighborhoods, Keller Court and McNear Landing, that have smaller lots are fairly, in this immediate area. And you can see that Riverfront is really up over a 4,000 square foot average lot size. So we're really putting that in a little different category. And so you see Keller's at 2,200, McNear's at 27, and what we're proposing at 500 Hopper comes in at an average of 2,521 as an average lot size. And so I'm still looking at there's diversity in that, but obviously smaller lots relates to density. And so you can see there again showing that we're at 14.3 as proposed, and with the ADUs we're up over a little over 16 to the acre. Our floor plans right now, as we're looking at them, are in the 1,600 to 2,300 square foot range. Riverfront's coming in at 1,900 to 2,750, as we understand it. So definitely looking to size the homes appropriate, and again trying to look at variety and mix. As we've all had so much more time over the last couple of years to look at the house around us and what we all want, there are some things that have definitely come out of this, and that is a little bit of private yard space. It's so important, and so we've looked that we can achieve that in both the alley loaded as well as the front loaded, getting into flex spaces, home office spaces, and also we think about bedrooms. We really want living on that first level, right, to connect with the private space. So really thinking, right, you want to max at 2 stories, you want to have that great connection between your living spaces and your yard space. And then if you can get a bedroom down in that, it's so beneficial for flexibility, for multi-generational people that even thinking about aging in place and just even temporary needs. looking at the stability of these neighborhoods that we're creating over time and how people really can continue to function. So really trying to play all that in. We also know that sustainability features, we know the REACH code, we know what the home buyers are really looking for these days. And so our firm has done quite a bit in the Bay Area with all electric homes. And so we're very comfortable in how we would carry that forward here with the hybrid water heaters that work with a heat pump, knowing that we'll be studying our roof plans to be accommodating larger solar arrays, looking at where battery backups are going in our garages, all of those things that we know are so important, not just to the, to the city as well as to the future homeowners here.
Jill, I just wanted to know, we're over the 20 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Wrapping up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. So that I will, well, let me, if we can, I'd love to introduce and have Andrea Osgood from Eden just spend a little bit of time on all the good work that Eden has done and what's being proposed here.
Yeah, if we could have a brief introduction to this. I know that the commission is very concerned about the affordable housing and how it integrates with this project. I think the commission has a lot to say. So if we could go through this and then have an opportunity to provide the input.
Sure, I'll keep it really high level. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone. I'm with Eden Housing and really just very excited to be here tonight to talk about the planned affordable housing component of this project. Eden's worked in partnership with many cities across the state, including Petaluma. We have 3 properties already in operation in your city, including Corona Ranch, Washington Creek, and Downtown River. Go to the next slide. So we're proposing 72 affordable homes here with a range of unit sizes from 1 to 3 bedrooms. And there would be also serve a range of household incomes from 30% to 60% AMI. And I'll pause here, given your previous presentation, that's extremely low to low income. And we're really just very excited about this opportunity because the donation of land is a huge sort of boost as we go out and seek all that other affordable housing that staff talked, or affordable housing funding that staff talked about earlier. So this just gives you a little picture of who this serves and what 30% to 60% AMI means for either a 1-person household or a 4-person household. And I won't go into it in more detail given the time crunch here. We are just really excited to be here and provide such a wide variety of units here, and I will pause there and answer lots of questions. Happy to do so in the Q&A.
Okay, well, thank you all for the information on this project. I would like to let you know that I got a note from Vice Chair Bauer that she's having internet connection issues, but I would like to go back to the commission. If we could remove the slideshow, stop sharing the screen, then I would be able to see the raised hands for the commissioners who have any comments on the proposal. Commissioner Alonso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for staff and the applicant for presenting. Sticking with Eden Housing, since we just heard from them, and maybe the staff can weigh in too. Am I reading the map correctly that the affordable housing is being proposed across from the old sewer plant? Is that accurate?
Yes, so it's
That's
across the
accurate.
street from the PIPS facility and next to the community park that is in the Riverfront project.
Right, but potentially people will overlook and see the old sewer plant, right?
Correct.
Does staff have concerns about the optics of that?
That's, I mean, I think that's why we're here, is to gather feedback. We are looking for feedback to provide the applicant on a range of options and components of this. And we have met with Eden Housing, who has been, and Andrea can can speak to this, but has been happy with what is being proposed by the applicant, but we're open to commissioner feedback as well. And this would require alternative compliance as addressed in the staff report at the discretion of the city council, because it does not specifically meet our inclusionary housing ordinance, in that it would not be Scanel developing the affordable housing. It would be Scanel offering dedication of a parcel to Eden Housing. And I believe it's also providing infrastructure stub-ins to the property, and as opposed to Scanel
Right.
developing them on site.
Yeah, right. For Eden Housing, you work in over 50 cities. Do any of your other projects, are they next to an old sewer treatment plant?
I don't know that specifically, but we work with lots of master developers on, getting donated land. And it's really just such an important part of how we put together these deals. The state funding, which again was talked about quite a bit earlier, it's really hard to get that funding to cover the cost of land. It really does cover this, what I call the sticks and bricks. And so having somebody like Scanel to donate this parcel to us helps take out a lot of the risk associated with buying land, but then also sets us up really nicely to show leverage to the state HCD agencies and get the funding on site. And it really also helps us deliver not only more deeply affordable units than might otherwise be delivered if you did the kind of a sprinkled where Scanel was building them with the rest of the residential units, but it also helps us provide really great wraparound services. So we have our own property management and resident services group that provides on-site services for our residents. All kinds of things like financial literacy, health and wellness, reading programs for kids, all that kind of thing. So I think this is a really great opportunity for us right across from a park, near downtown, and lots of transit amenities.
Okay. Well, I think that's just a really poor decision that the applicant's proposing this tonight, to have all the affordable units clustered in one area of the property across from a decaying, decrepit sewer treatment plant is not appropriate. And I cannot see how that would ever meet an alternative compliance before this commission, but maybe I'll be wrong about that. Can the applicant discuss why they want to remove the general plan amendment on the 3.5 acre park? Can someone from the applicant's team address that?
Hey, this is Walker with Scanel. Our idea is that we're activating over 7 acres of open space. So in addition to the trail along the open space, it will also include amenities like the 2 parks that I noted in the presentation, with fountains, bench seating, and other amenities that are included in that open space. So that the idea would be that although there's not a 3.5 acre park like the rec field that we're adjacent to, we've got double that in the activated open space.
So when you say activated open space, what does that mean? How are you interpreting that?
Space that was previously not open to the public, but also it has added amenities to it, such as play fields, turf play fields, fountains, bench seating, and areas where somebody could picnic or somebody from the public could enjoy.
Okay. But what's the size of that civic space though on your maps? That's not that size. Is that 7 acres? That the size of that map on the map?
Correct. That's the area along the riverfront. That's the activated open space I'm speaking of.
Okay. Now you mentioned in your presentation about the Caulfield extension, but the Caulfield extension doesn't exist, does it? It's not there.
No, not currently. Like I mentioned, so the current Caulfield Lane keys into 500 or keys into Hopper Street, and so that road would continue through. It wouldn't key; it would be an intersection, and that would be the main entrance to the residential neighborhood.
Okay, so you're talking about the entrance to the neighborhood, not the overcrossing over the river?
No, I'm sorry if that was confusing.
Yeah, okay, thanks for clearing that up.
Commissioner Alonso, can I just add something about the PIP station too? Deputy Director Petnick just reminded me that the city is in the process of a master planning of the courtyard, and we're starting phase 2, which is starting the second phase of demo and decommissioning that old treatment plant. So that is an area that is changing.
I also wanted to note for the record that Vice Chair Bauer has reestablished her internet connection and is back with us. So thank you. And back to you, Commissioner Alonso.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Welcome back, Vice Chair. So Heather, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. So you're gonna have to, can staff provide some more detail on that, or is Gina here?
She is here, and she can answer with more specifics, I think.
Yeah, so hi, planning commissioners and Commissioner Alonso. I'm getting feedback, sorry. Let me try something here. All right. Yeah, let me try to. We have engaged an architect and are in the process of master planning the entire corporation yard site. And the master plan is in process. Definitely an evolving picture because Mary Isaac Center and COTS expansion and their growth is being factored in. We also have, as you know, I think, a animal services facility that we house in the courtyard, and then our entire Parks Department as well as Public Works. So right now it's used for operations for City Public Works. And we have already started decommissioning. We've done quite a bit of demo on site, started taking out the old tanks from the treatment facility. We're starting phase 2. We're taking out more structures and tanks. And as the master plan congeals, we'll be hopefully looking at a new structure for part of our Public Works facility, and some shuffling of uses in there, trying to accommodate needs of our partners that we share the courtyard with, and certainly decommissioning most of the above ground sewer treatment facilities that you see there now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then can the applicant talk a little bit about Eden Housing, the size? I know we had to cut you off a little bit because it was going over, but the distribution within that particular site of those affordable housing units, and what type of units they are?
Sure. You mean just the size, like 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom? Or
Right. Yeah, are we talking apartments here? Are we talking big homes? Are we talking?
Oh, yeah.
So, what are we talking about here?
Apartments, we do pretty much exclusively rental housing these days. So they'd be for rent, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom homes. Though the property would be more tailored towards families with a larger number of 2 and 3 bedrooms. So we would have at least 25% 2 bedrooms and 25% 3 bedrooms. So basically half of the property really targeted towards households, larger households.
Okay. And I thought I read in the staff report that the proposal was 80 affordable housing units, but this is, in your presentation, it said it was 72. So can we get clarification on that, please?
Yeah, as part of the environmental impact report, we used the 80 number. It's been a bit of a moving target. And so we went with the higher number for purposes of analyzing the EIR, and it gives us more flexibility down the road too if we end up with more affordable units.
Right, but in this case, it's less, right? Because they're only saying they're going to do 72.
They're saying they're going to do 72, correct? And just as a reminder, we do not have a SPAR application, so we don't have any plans. I've not seen any development plans other than a site plan, a conceptual site plan for any of the residential components of the project.
Okay. That's the last of my questions. I have more comments, but I'll wait until other folks weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hooper.
Thank you. On the sewer plant, I appreciate that there's a master plan in process. How long do you expect the master plan to take? And even if you finish a master plan, how long until the site's actually cleaned?
Gina, are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still there. Commissioner Hopper, the master plan, you'll find it in our capital improvement program and our budget, and we had started it in earnest and thought we were about, I don't know, 70% through preliminary master planning, and then COVID hit, and then we had a lot of change conditions, particularly with Mary Isaac Center, and so we took a step back and have paused that process and are now getting ready to re-engage our architect and dive back in. So with those comments, I'd say that we might be a year or so out from a master plan, and then implementation of the master plan would be in phases. And we've actually already started. As I said, we're in phase 2 of demo. We've taken out quite a bit of the structures out at the Corp Yard, old tanks and huge concrete structures and buildings, and we're continuing to proceed forward with that in anticipation of the Caulfield Lane extension that would provide the entrance to this project, among other objectives. So implementation would continue in phases, and I don't know that we would see build out for several years, but incrementally, I would say in the 4 to 5 year period, you would continue to see quite a bit of landscape changes, if you will.
Okay. Oh, by the way, my name is Hooper. The street is Hopper. So you're saying it's about 4 to 5 years before the site would actually be, I'm not saying roses and daisies on the ground, but we're not actually looking at, the destroyed remains of a sewer plant.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good representation.
Oh, thank you. For Eden Housing, which, by the way, for the applicants in the future, would love a longer presentation from the affordable housing developer. Getting an explanation about the purpose of housing is a little hard when most of us can barely afford to live here. As for Eden Housing, is the financing ready to go, or is this just proposed with the assumption of the land being handed over?
The land donation is the first step, and we are not able to, and no one is, apply for state funding until the project is entitled. So we would then go and seek funding after that.
Got it. So just to be clear, the applicant's giving you the land, but there's no funding coming with that.
They're giving the land and then very valuable, site prep and utility infrastructure stubbed in, both of which we can count as leverage under various state programs that they like to see that there's local money. And in this case, they would count this as local money because it's being required by the local inclusionary ordinance. So it would be a very important first step that you need in any funding application at the state level to show that kind of leverage. So yes, and.
No, that's fair. It's just interesting because with an inclusionary ordinance, the affordable housing would be built with the rest of the project, not delayed.
Sure.
What, in your honest opinion, and please, if it's longer, that's fine. I just want to get a forecast for this. How long do you think it would take for these kind of units to actually break ground? Just thinking about how long this would take compared to the rest of the project. And I know
Sure.
financing will take time. That's why I ask.
Yeah, it's all relative to entitlement. So once the project is entitled, we can start to go out and seek financing, and generally that process takes a year or two. So depending on how quickly the other phases move forward, we could really be, going vertical at the same time.
Got it. Okay. And then for the main applicant, I see you have a lot of duplexes. I appreciate the use of that for greater density. I do appreciate what you're saying in terms of small lot size. One question I do have though, while I do understand the purpose of putting all of your affordable units in one place, normally a duplex would allow you a certain amount of natural affordability, or at least that would be the advantage of that kind of density. Do you expect the small lot size that arguably we are missing, do you expect that to improve the cost in terms of it not being the most ridiculous market rate cost, or do you expect it to be just as expensive as the development nearby? And by that, I mean the river project right next door. I'm okay
Jill,
with general numbers.
If you'd like to.
So I think it reasons out that, that as land size goes down, that the valuation would go down and it would make, provide some level of more attainability, right? None of us know exactly where all of this is going with housing prices these days. But that is the reason why we look at the smaller size, look at the smaller square footage, that it would come in at a lower price, just not knowing what that might be at this point. But that is definitely the reasoning behind what we've proposed.
Out of curiosity, and this isn't on you as an applicant, this is me thinking about the fact that we're assuming we're going to have Caulfield, but just as a city, that's probably going to take a lot longer than any of us want to admit. If there are major traffic issues on an ongoing basis, which delays transportation of materials, will that naturally increase costs of these housing units?
I don't know that I can speak to that.
I can speak to the fact that we are experiencing escalation on all of our projects. So I think that's more of a national or even a global impact that we're experiencing on all of our projects.
Okay, fair enough. But it's at least good to know that we can expect some fluctuation just based on ability to get materials. In terms of the second phase, now I do have a clarifying question, which is, I recognize you have this in 2 phases of development. Are we likely to be looking at this as approving both phases together, or looking at this to be approving one phase at a time? That was just one clarifying point I wanted to ask before going to my next question.
It would be all the phases at the same time. Emmanuel, you might want to clarify, but we don't propose asking for approval on one phase and not the other.
So the application we have before us now is for phase 1 of the commercial component, and the tentative map, which includes the SPAR for the phase 1, and the tentative map for the entire project. What we don't have before us is the SPAR application for phase 2 of the commercial, or for any of the residential aspects of the project.
Okay, thank you. Because I just wanted to say, well, ask and then say, for phase 2 commercial, you've got a lot of notes with regards to, for example, having child care facilities, which I think is great. But this also assumes a lot in terms of what you're going to get as a tenant. Are you assuming you're going to have tenants for the commercial spaces on board as you go to develop, or are you just hoping this is going to be what these spaces are used for?
So typically tenants are looking for space 1 to 2 years out. nationally, we have a lot of relationships, and those tenants don't come to us 4 or 5 years out asking for space. It's a lot shorter than that. So if we brought to you a space that was, it needed entitlement 1 to 2 years out, that's something that we would feel pretty confident that we could fill. However, we've got to provide something to put in front of you so that you can approve it. I guess, long story short, without an entitlement, the space won't get filled because tenants are usually looking for something in short order. So we feel confident that the space will become filled, but right now it's more of a speculative use than a known use.
No, that's fair. I just wanted to understand with some certainty that this is kind of a placeholder. You're hoping it'll be childcare. You're hoping it'll be for these purposes. I just want to make sure there wasn't a planned arrangement, because if there were, that'd be great. If there's not, that's understandable. On another front, is the hope that the commercial space will be the work center, and I see a fair bit of office space in there, will be the work center for the folks living in the area?
The current plan is not that, but that's definitely something that we could consider. If you're talking about a work live space, that's not the current plan.
I only ask because there's a lot of parking in this, and you have all these housing units right next to a commercial area. Caulfield isn't finished, so that's a traffic nightmare waiting to happen. So I'm just trying to figure out why all of this parking when you've got all of this community and housing right next to these businesses.
Yeah, I believe the parking garage, which is the ultimate phase, ultimate build out of the commercial phase, is around 330 parking spaces, and our plan ultimate jobs are 600 to 900. So, at the minimum, we would be looking at 1 car for 2 people, at the maximum 1 car for 3 people. So that's what our plan is currently.
Right, and I appreciate that. Where my confusion, though, is that aside from all the housing right next door with people who I assume will need jobs, you've also got 2 proposed bus stops, and there's a smart train down the street. So downtown's a ways away, but it's still there. So I'm just wondering why all this parking when theoretically you've got a workforce right in the area.
I hear what you're saying. I think the short answer is we don't know where the people will ultimately live. We're hoping that they will live in the adjacent neighborhood, but we have to plan for someone who's not going to live there. But we think it's not overparked. We think that it's in a good spot to where we're not asking for a parking place per employee, which is what a lot of commercial office complexes do in suburban areas.
I mean, no, that's fair, and I'm glad you're not, because I don't think we'd support it. But the other question I have in relationship to this, so you've got commercial for phase 2, you've got live work, you talk about mixed use. I've got to tell you, in Petaluma, we've had a lot of people abuse mixed use. Does any of your mixed use actually include commercial and housing in the same structure?
Not currently.
Okay. I would just like to kindly ask that in any future revisions you might be looking at, if we could get some actual mixed use, that'd be appreciated. We've been kind of coming down harder on that as of late. And then I apologize. I know I've been asking a lot of questions for a while. And I did want to ask, in terms of the multi-use path off of Hopper Street, I do appreciate the amenity being put in there because it's not the greatest. How far out does that go? Is that just the entire length of the actual property, or does it carry forward beyond that?
It goes the entire length of the property, which is about 3,000 feet. It does not carry beyond the extent of the property line. So we tie on the west side, we tie into the Riverfront Development, And on the east side or the north side, we tie into Hopper Street.
Okay, fair enough. And then I just wanted, I'm about to wrap up. I just wanted to ask, and I don't know if this is appropriate to ask the staff now or if this is even feasible, but could there be a traffic study on this that we could actually see what it looks like without Caulfield? I'm hoping we're going to have Caulfield, but I'd like to know what this is going to look like to the community as it exists right now. If that's not feasible, I understand, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wisman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the applicant and staff for the preparation of this study session. A couple clarifying questions. I was intrigued by the river banking ideas that you brought up, and wanted to get some feedback on how that might affect either positively or negatively the need to dredge the river in that particular area. Will it add to that need to dredge it, or will it relieve the need to dredge, or is it neutral?
I think the simplest answer is it's neutral. Where the bank currently meets the water, we will not be extending any further out into the river. That's where we will start sloping back towards our property. So if anything, we're creating more area for water for the river to flow up on the banks onto the area. We're not building more land into the river. So I don't know if that answers the question, but we are willing to work with the Corps and any other agencies that require dredging or would need to do that in the future.
Okay. Next question around the density question. Understanding you're applying for change in zoning from the river dependent industrial. Are there any other zoning possibilities that are available in that area, or that you could suggest that would allow for greater height and therefore greater density, in terms of height, rather than packing them into those lot sizes that you spoke of? And maybe that's a question to you, and maybe it's a question to staff as well.
That I'm not sure of. So Emmanuel or Jill, I don't know if you know the answer to that question.
And so under the T4 zoning designation, which is what they're proposing for the residential component, they can actually go up to, I believe it's 3 stories in height. They're proposing 2. Although the Eden, I believe, may have 3 stories. And then the T5 would allow, I believe, an additional story. So we could change it to a higher density zoning, which would be either T5 or T6. So at Riverfront, the single family residential component in townhomes are in T4. The central green is, the area around the central green is T6. And then the hotel and office are T5.
And just for clarification, T5 is 4 stories. I think it's 4 up to 6 stories. You can go up to 4, and you can go, I believe, 2 additional stories with certain findings.
So relative to staff and our available zoning, that would be, T5 would be allowable in that area. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That
And
would be interesting.
just noting too, we're using the word density, and I just want to point out that this area, with the mixed use zoning, there is no maximum density. So within the smart code, there is not a density ceiling. The idea is that it's designed by the form, not based on a specific density. So we're kind of saying that the T5 is a higher density. It allows a taller structure, which
Correct.
logically would allow more units. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Great. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Emmanuel. With regard to the live work and the relation of the residential to the commercial component, I think one of the justifications that I heard earlier about the sizing of the units themselves is to allow for some flex space, and certainly we're all experiencing that where there's more use of the home as a workplace. I think that's an important element. But in order to relieve maybe some of that use of the residential unit for work, to some extent may be inevitable. But has there been any thought given to a co-work type of structure within the commercial area that would allow those residents, rather than use their living space, to, on a very flexible basis, use that type of co-working facility within the commercial space that, also, of course, very nearby?
There are not currently any plans for a co-working type of facility.
Okay. Sorry, just scanning my notes here. I think I'll reserve any other comments till later, but appreciate those clarifications.
Thank you, Commissioner Westman. And normally I wait to the end to provide my feedback, but I did want to say I have appreciated hearing sort of a detailed dive on some of the components of this project, but I feel from the beginning of the discussion, I've been a little bit stuck on the fact that this is a site that has a premier location with river access and is designated in the general plan for a river dependent use. And we're in the middle of a general plan update. And so why is it that we are contemplating a change in use, and particularly given the post-COVID environment where we don't even know what the demand for office and commercial is? So I was hoping by saying this at this time that other speakers and the public might be able to give some feedback on this question about timing. Is this the right timing for the community to kind of piecemeal the site outside of our general plan process by granting a general plan amendment? And further, I did want to note that I do not support de-designating the community park area without a deep dive and thought about an equivalent or greater community park open space. And so that question is still out there. But with that, I'm going to ask Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I think you hit it here. It's great to have a scoping session. I mean, we don't always get scoping session, and this one's so big and so key to the future of the city that it's great to have a chance to kind of work around and nudge things before solid proposals come in. I do support changing it away from the industrial, and because residential's so needed in our community right now. And so I'm looking at it as if it could go forward at this time. And then so many questions arise. And I guess one of the parts that I'm happiest about seeing Eden Housing involved, and I listen to their podcast, and they're one of the most reputable builders in that sector. So it's good to have them. And I do see that often the affordable housing is sort of being, the future of affordable housing maybe is being broken into these on property, so semi-inclusionary, not truly inclusionary, but I think any alternate compliance proposal has to show why it's better. So I'm interested in hearing the developer side of why the city would accept an alternate, basically on that. And so I'm wondering, if the land use is given and that's the developer component, why is Eden's number the number it is? Are there constraints that Eden is looking at? Andrea, can I ask you that directly? What constrains you from a larger quantity of a different mix? So you have a very low mix, and I really appreciate that low income mix, but what would it take to get you to the next 30 units?
Sure. So I would say that the benefit of this kind of land donation and letting us build separate and set aside, but still part of a master neighborhood, is that deeper affordability that you're already noting, right? Because we're able to leverage things like the tax credit and other funding programs to get to those extremely low, very low and low income levels, which you wouldn't see if somebody just followed your normal inclusionary requirement, which just requires low and moderate. But that said, I'm always happy to build more. The challenge really is finding the right, most cost-effective program, and adding more density here would force us into a structured parking solution, most likely. And so that's why we tried to find, maximize the site in a surface parking delivery, because that is the most cost-effective.
Right. That's what I'm thinking too, is the to get that increased density, something has to give on parking. And the way it looks right now, that looks like a lot of surface area parking for this type of thing. So I'm thrilled about that parking mix. But then we were talking about Caulfield, and my question there is, whose economic or financial liability is the construction of the Caulfield extension?
You mean through the courtyard?
Yes.
That would be Scannell. It would be a condition of project approval.
So really, they don't have a project. They get the land from the city. So, I mean, it would ultimately be a condition of approval or something. It just, the entitlement would be conditional on having these roads. They can't possibly build without that, the city granting title over.
Well, yeah, the city would. It shows that road in this, Central Petaluma specific plan. It shows that road coming through the courtyard. Like, that's the thoroughfare layout that is shown in the plan. So that was the discussion to implement that kind of grid network.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to think that the project could go forward without the road being there at the beginning. I mean, that's important for clarity there. And then as I look at Caulfield coming through the courtyard and then turning towards the Riverfront project, there's a 90-degree turn in there. The 90 seems awkward to me. Is there a reason why that can't be more of a sweep? For me, in a traffic thought, I wouldn't want to think of a four-way intersection there. It looks like a four-way intersection, and really, we want Caulfield accessibility to stay and think and feel like one Caulfield. So I would. Is there a reason why that can't be swept? Is the courtyard or property right of way locked in? Or is there some reason that couldn't we sweep that curve rather than have a hard turn there?
I don't know if I know the answer to that, Emmanuel. I'm not sure you do, or Gina. I know there was some discussion and some walking the site at one point to look at what facilities were on either side. But also know we have moved into a master plan and changes to that. Gina, do you know?
I am assuming that these are the right of, as far as I know, the plan line for that road was established many years ago and sets the right of way and property lines. Not to say that those things can't be changed. I would add that with consideration of traffic speeds and walkability in that area, maybe a 90-degree turn isn't so bad. It definitely keeps traffic calmed a bit more, and you're not creating a comfortable long stretch to gain speed on. So, and that's something for our traffic engineers that I rely on heavily in these questions, and I would defer to both the applicant's traffic consultant and our own internal traffic team to really more thoroughly vet that question.
Well, that's the fun of a scoping session. We get to just ask our questions and get them on the list for
It's on the list.
considerations. Yeah.
Councilmember McDonald, we do have Aaron Piers on the line, so we have our traffic engineer here. If you're okay with him answering that question now,
If you want to put them on the spot.
Matt, are you there?
Yes, sorry, getting hooked up here. I'm not sure I can answer that question on the spot exactly. So as Gina referred to, this is a complex question that's based on, the past specific plan and how these features look together. The transportation impact study does look at, what affects, which of course is not part of this meeting, but does look at the various effects of whether there's a Caulfield bridge or, a Caulfield extension through the courtyard.
Right. I'm not so worried about whether the bridge finishes out, but I am worried about keeping this new neighborhood quiet. And I think that having a sweeping turn of Caulfield, keeping all the Caulfield on Caulfield, and having the neighborhood entrance be a three-way, a T intersection off it would be a quieting effect for the whole neighborhood. So I know we didn't mention that this was reviewed by PBAC and and they had many suggestions. They had the illuminated bollards that were mentioned, and they had the 10-foot lanes and 10-foot MUP on the hopper side and on the water side. And I think when we were talking about this just a second ago, it wasn't really clear what frontage meant for the Scannell project. I'm thinking there's a 10-foot MUP on Hopper Street, base of the project. But then is there any plan for extending that in front of the courtyard and extending that in front of COTS? Because if you're breaking down Hopper on those 10-foot lanes, trying to get to Caulfield or into the other development, or even around to the trails beyond, you're dumped into the street. And so that's the darn trouble with doing one development at a time and not all of them at once. Is there any plan to put connectivity into this?
What we are improving is everything along our front. So I think that's something that we could consider partnering with the city on. But yeah, everything that we're improving is along Hopper Street that is along our property line. But so what you're talking about is in front of COTS or the courtyard, and we're not improving that along Hopper Street.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, again, good to add on the scoping list. The streets that aren't Caulfield, are they narrower inside the subdivision? Are they 32s or 28, something like,
Yeah, they are narrower. The right-of-ways are a little bit different. We have Julia Harberson with DSW, our civil engineer, who could probably speak a little bit more clearly to that.
Yes, thank you, Walker. So yeah, our street sections, I'm actually trying to pull them up right now so I can give you just sort of accurate statements. But yes, the street sections that you see in sort of not the main thoroughfare are smaller. We're looking at 32s, I believe, through there. And so slightly narrower drive lanes, parking on both sides versus sort of Caulfield Lane, and then all the way down to the riverfront, which is a main thoroughfare that really promotes bicycle access as well as parking, as well as sort of more vehicular traffic through there. But when we get into these sort of off streets, the lane widths narrow slightly. We do have on-street parking still there, and we get into shared bicycle and vehicular zones.
right? So I guess what I'm thinking is that if you have the two-car garage houses, very limited driveways off the alley loaded ones. We'll get into how much parking is the right amount of parking. And if there's street parking everywhere, then that's probably too much parking. So probably I'm thinking that maybe the streets become narrower and not have two-sided parking if you have two-car garages. Then does Petaluma have a study that talks about the commercial need in town? What is that department called?
Economic development.
Economic development. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything extremely current. We did have an economic development strategy from a number of years ago. We do have a retail, I don't know what the exact terminology is, but kind of a retail specialist as well as an economic consultant as part of the general plan consulting team to be looking at some of that as part of that process. But I'm not aware of something that's been done more recently.
And that would be good to know coming out of the general plan, because for confidence in whether phase 2 comes around or not. I'm not a big fan of the single family detached, and I'm wondering, is there a way to get that all into the duet? And I did like the prior question where someone asked if we can go taller. Certainly you can have low on a street that fronts the river, and then there's a question: why are we not having a street that fronts the river? A public access way along there. How does that get determined from the development side?
Jill, maybe that's something that you can answer when we were laying out the residential portion of the property, how we decided that it would be best to not put a street along the riverfront.
Yeah, we certainly looked at this multiple ways, and what we were looking at is getting those front doors, getting eyes onto that space, and doing that by eliminating that one street. It's a very inefficient street. And I get the whole public realm issue of it. And so really we've been working a lot with landscape on just how do you still make that park, you don't want it to feel like people's front yard. That's not fair to the public to do that. So really looking at the separation of our own sidewalks from the public access, creating just even through landscaping, kind of some little bit of a visual division there, but really thought and talking and working with staff that having those homes fronting along there really did activate the space and remove some paving that was, like I said, a little inefficient. So it's, I'm sure.
I could see that as
ways.
Yeah, I could see it going with that idea if it was the most dense frontages, not the single family detached frontages. We put the most eyes on it, put the most access to it. Because the question in our evaluations later will always be, how did you connect with the river? And how did you connect with downtown? Those things will come up. I think I'm gonna hold the rest as comments for later. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bauer, you've been so patient.
Thank you so much, Chair Potter. Well, most of my questions have been asked and answered by fellow commissioners, so I don't have too much to ask. I was just wondering if Emmanuel could maybe go over a little bit the difference in the T5 and T6 districts. That what else are the requirements of those in addition to them being just denser in terms of like ground floor commercial or other requirements that may come with those different zones?
Yes, let me pull up the applicable section of the code. So this is the building function or use section of the all the zones in the smart code. So I'm going to start at the top of this chart. So are there any specific uses you were thinking about?
Well, I was more thinking about what kind of mixed use requirements there are.
Yeah, so the footnotes require, so where there's a footnote 2, it requires on frontages where shop fronts are required, there are no shop fronts required in this area. So, so that footnote would not apply. And then certain uses, footnote 3 limits the amount of ground floor space, same with number 4, ground floor space for particular uses. So for instance, single family dwellings that has footnote 2 on it, but again, that only applies where shop fronts are required. And if you go to the other sections of the, it's really around in the downtown areas is where the shop fronts, there's an exhibit that shows where the shop fronts are required. And it doesn't apply to, we'd need to amend as part of this amendment, we could specify where we want that those shop fronts to be required. Find that specific, I'm not finding it right now, but there's a specific exhibit that shows in the downtown area where shop fronts are required. And in those cases, on the ground floor street frontage, you would not be allowed to have certain uses.
All right, so are single family units allowed in T5 and T6?
So they're proposing T4 and T5. And so it's the first 2 columns, and the residential, here we go. So single family is allowed in both of those uses by right. Or both of
but
those.
not in T6.
Not in T6, correct.
Okay. That's all I have for that. And then I just wanted to learn a little bit. Maybe it was talked about when I was having my internet issues, but the getting out of the community without the Caulfield Bridge being developed is that something? Yeah, that street going through the corporation yard would alleviate those concerns, or would we really need to look at that before approving something like this, or how does that work? Because I just feel like it's going to be a nightmare in the event of an emergency getting out, and I'm wondering just how does this process play out? How do we figure out how much of a emergency situation would we be creating by putting all of these homes in this area that there aren't too many routes for exit?
Well, that would be something that would be analyzed in the EIR. I don't know if there's something that, Matt or someone else on the applicant team can speak to at this point with concerns about access potential.
I'm more worried about getting out than getting in.
Yeah, so in terms of emergency access, the requirements are to provide those 2 points of access, the Hopper and Caulfield. That. In terms of how well that those intersections can handle the amount of traffic that's in this area. That is something that the transportation study includes. It does include a level of service analysis, and it, Caulfield, for example, does not exceed acceptable thresholds under kind of with both the build out of the riverfront and this project. So that is one point of consideration right there of just how, on a normal day, how people get in and out.
Does that happen first just to see if this could even happen?
Part of the transportation study and the EIR. So I know you all haven't seen that yet, but maybe Emmanuel can tell you about the process for that.
What I would add to that too is part of the Riverfront project, Hopper Street, where it connects to D Street, was modified. Prior to the modification, it was a one-way going towards the Riverfront project for a short segment by D Street, and they put they call it a little sweep, a turn in the roadway that made it possible to have it two-way access on that segment of Hopper Street. So that was the secondary means of egress from that area that was provided with the Riverfront project as a condition of approval of the Riverfront project.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
this
and that
project will
brings.
also benefit from.
Okay. That brings me to the last question I have, and that's about Hopper Street. So in order for residents in this area to get to the SMART station and to downtown right now, they would go through the community and then head out on Hopper Street, right? And then go there. And is there, what are the plans again for making a pedestrian and bike friendly situation on Hopper Street? Are there paths, or is it going to just stay as it is right now?
We requested the applicant look at the feasibility of providing a pedestrian bicycle pathway along Hopper Street. There are a couple of pinch points over by the Kosowick property in particular. However, it's not impossible but it is something we've asked them to take a look at. They have not included that as a component of their project. It is something I believe that's still open to discussion. An alternative is a pedestrian bridge over to the McNear Peninsula, and then pedestrian pathway that way to the SMART station.
Okay. Yeah. And could that be something that is, I guess it could be a condition of approval?
Yeah. At the neighborhood meeting, the applicant mentioned that may be something that they include in the project. It's not in the proposal at this point, but I believe if there's a nexus between the impacts associated with the project, at least a fair share contribution by the applicants towards the cost of these offsite improvements or something that could be required.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ryder, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Potter, and thanks so much to the applicant team for the presentation as well as staff. I was hoping by going last that I'd have a shorter list of questions. I apologize, that's not terribly the case, but we'll try to keep it a little bit organized and just the most important ones to the surface for the conversation's purposes. So starting with questions related to the commercial building in particular. Can the applicant discuss the anticipated timing between phase 1 and phase 2 of construction?
Did we lose Walker?
I don't see him, but I see Paul Starn. He's with the applicant team. He's still on the line. Paul, do you want to chime in? Or Walker, looks like you're still on the line too, but you're on mute.
Yeah, this is Paul Starn. So obviously anything is dependent on getting the users identified. So it's dependent on the marketplace. but we were, as we were successful in attracting one potential user for this particular project, and unfortunately timing got in the way. And so that's why it is important to get these entitlements so that when users and tenants are in the marketplace, we have something that we can provide them in a timely manner.
Thank you for that. My concern is really around the amount of paving that we're talking about doing for a temporary unknown amount of time that we would then have to demo. Just the embodied carbon alone should give us pause. And so I just wonder if there is an opportunity to, or any consideration that's been given to designing a little bit differently to anticipate that future construction around being able to establish larger plant life, trees and so forth, as well as to change the parking structure, maybe even start the structured parking sooner. I don't know if that's a consideration, but if you could speak to any thought that's been given to that so far, I'd love to hear your ideas.
Well, thank you for that. I think we could consider that. Again, a lot of the commercial parts of the development were geared toward a specific user, and so I think as users come forward, those considerations could be met, and we'd be happy to explore that further.
Great, thank you. Turning our attention to the civil and site design, I really appreciate you providing the sea level rise maps for this development and showing neighborhood by neighborhood. I was a little confused as to how the perimeter residential buildings appeared to be less impacted than the core buildings, despite being effectively the same grade. Could someone speak to that color-coded map that was provided?
Yes, I can take that one. Essentially, and it may seem slightly counterintuitive, but actually as this site naturally gets closer to the riverfront, the grade actually climbs slightly. And so they sit approximately a foot above some of the more inland blocks, if you will. Not a whole lot above, but just a little bit. And part of that grade is also needed to ensure that we continue movement of stormwater and have flood relief pathways in the 100-year storm scenario and such. So we have to maintain positive flows towards our paths of travel for the water. And it sort of necessitated that particular block being slightly higher. And in the natural grade, it is also slightly higher.
I see. Thank you. And actually, so on that topic, I was really glad to see a permeable paving for the access road. And there's some bioretention areas, but it seemed like for the amount of pavement, there was I was just expecting to see more, and I realize it's early and so forth, but can you speak to other measures that are being considered related to on-site stormwater infiltration and treatment in particular?
Right. So right now, what you're seeing on there is the needed bioretention and stormwater treatment to treat not only the residential blocks, but actually also the public right-of-way as well. So it may seem like it's small, but it's a little bit over the minimum right now. In addition to that, we do have, some lawn areas and things around the residences as we're sort of starting to develop those conceptual plans. So, we aren't going to be just necessarily just directly taking our roofs and putting them straight into the bioretention area. We're going to be discharging at grade to try and promote that infiltration in those yard areas and things to reduce our stormwater runoff. There, would also be use of permeable pavers. We're anticipating exceeding the minimum requirements for Cal Green throughout our residential areas to sort of promote that groundwater infiltration and recharge in these areas.
Great, thank you. And trying to figure out what's the best order. So I guess my next question to tie off of that one is I was you have lots of great low water plants in your palette suggested, but it didn't seem, or I'm not familiar at least with plants that are they also tolerant for temporary or seasonal flooding to allow for that in those areas? Like along the riverbank in particular.
I believe we have our landscape architect with us who can speak to that.
So I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me. This is Phil Vandertulen. So the plant materials that we're looking at in the bioretention areas, as long as the river front area, does take into consideration the different areas, particularly during flood episodes. So that plant material will be selected exclusively for those areas. We have different variations. Of course, we have our ornamentals, and those are typically low water usage in the front yards and the common area landscape. As we transition from, say, the river walk down to the riverfront, we'll be working with a person or an individual who specializes in that type of plant material. So that way we use, I don't want to say native exclusively, but it'll be a combination of natives and plant materials that have become accepted in the California landscape for the riverfront areas. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but yes, we're taking that into consideration.
Great, thank you.
You're very
It does answer my question.
Great. Thank you.
And then specifically around the park area, is the area of added wetlands and kind of the sloping down to the river considered, or I guess more accurately counted in that park acreage that's being proposed?
I think.
Yeah, I was going to actually, I believe, and Paul, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was actually taken from the top of bank. So once the slope starts, that's not included in that area.
Thank you.
Does that clarify?
It does. So sorry, I was looking to see if somebody was going to confirm. Is that
Yes, thank you. Yes.
okay? Great, thank you. All right, let's talk housing for a minute. I guess my question, actually, my first one is about access to the river itself. You mentioned benches and parks. How do residents access the river? Are there conceptualized neighborhood facilities that actually allow for direct, not just visual access to the river, but access to the river itself?
Yeah, I believe if the site plan were pulled up, there are a number of opportunities for residents to access the trail system. I mean, the most prominent one being the Caulfield Lane extension. But I think if you look within the site plan itself, there are a number of access points.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, is there a pier or a dock or some sort of boat launch?
Oh.
So that's what I mean.
Oh, no, not at this point, but that's something that we've talked about.
Thank you. And I guess the big question that you're hearing a little bit from all of us is around, if we were to make the housing more dense, is there the space to actually still get our 3.5 acres of parkland? You don't necessarily have to even answer that, but that's like the balance that I'm playing with. And so if you've done a site plan of that and just found it didn't work, I'd love to hear it. But otherwise, I'll stop there for now.
Well, one thing I would like to add that hasn't really been, I think, emphasized enough, at least for our purposes, because we've spent multiple years developing this site plan, is the subsidized affordable housing consists of 30% of the total residential units that are contemplated in the site plan that we're reviewing tonight, and that's a significant increase over the minimum 15% threshold for units. And it also comes with a significant financial contribution on behalf of the developer. It's not just the land value. There's a multitude of investments in the site development costs that go with that land to make it available to Eden so that they can go vertical on their property. And we just feel like that's a contribution that's really factors into all of our thinking with the entirety of the project.
And if I could add to the density discussion, and it's just the reality of math, and that is, right, as we push, I'm going to take my great room and kitchen, and I'm going to have to push it up to the second floor. Right, I can only make that ground floor so small, and still keep it livable. And maybe that's not across the board. Maybe there's a mix or something. But I do think we need to realize that it's not that we don't want to do that. We just think that there's a livability that we really wanted to achieve. And that really came from keeping that living room on the first floor next to your actual yard space, instead of pulling it up, having people live off of a deck, really. So we've drawn them all, we've done them all, but that is definitely a consideration. I think that we all need to realize what we're potentially doing to lifestyle.
Chair, if I may, I have a follow-up question.
Yes, go ahead.
And I think this might actually be a question more for staff, but one of the requests on the part of the applicant was around the spacing between houses. And I don't know if either of the zoning considerations that are proposed today allow for row houses or something that actually would create more attached housing without having to necessarily go as vertical, but increase density by decreasing the space between and just attaching houses. So is that something that's allowed for in the T4 or T5 zone?
Yes, it is. So townhomes or row homes, it's we reviewed in the T4 zone over at Riverfront just that at the last meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alonso.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, based on the applicant's comment. So again, I'm just trying to understand the numbers. So you're proposing 275 housing units, of which 72 are dedicated affordable. Is that correct?
That's not correct. This current site plan has 159 market rate residential units and 72 subsidized affordable housing units.
Okay, so 159 on market?
Correct.
231 total.
So 231. So the staff report says, doesn't the staff report say 275?
Those are the numbers that were developed to assess the CEQA requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Alonso, could we have a motion to extend this meeting?
Yes, I motion to extend the meeting past 10:30.
And if that is all the questions from the commissioners, I'd like to open this for any public input and turn it over to our moderator, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Chair Potter. I do see a hand raised. I'll go ahead and share my timer. Okay, beginning with Ali Gaylord, followed by Chris JRN. Ali, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Ali Gaylord, Eastside Petaluma resident. Thank you for all your thoughtful questions during the study session. I share several of your same questions and concerns. Among them, why is there a 331 stall parking structure proposed in the commercial area? It's not compatible when that the commercial use is a half a mile from the SMART station and 20,000 people are driving out of Petaluma for work. Petaluma's goals of being carbon neutral by 2030 and reducing VMTs. I agree with the question of why we're moving the 3.5 acre park. I'm not supportive of this. In my participation on the GPAC, I've noted that the open space is a huge need in the community, and the creation of more natural and passive recreation trails is definitely a benefit that supports the health and wellness of the community, but it's not the same as activated open park space. So I'd love to see a gathering space related to the that relates with the Riverfront Park, with the Riverfront project, or otherwise can be related to this active trail network space for community gatherings. The mix of the single family and duplexes is good, but I really agree that we could see even more density and more housing units by going with something like row houses or townhouses. So the current density being between 10 and 13 dwelling units per acre could certainly be increased by going an extra story with a townhouse. Additionally, a townhouse could be designed so that it can mitigate the impacts of sea level rise. I also wanted to mention that I support the compliance, the alternative compliance for the affordable housing as one building. As Eden mentioned, a single building can target deeper affordability levels because they can access specialized funding, as well as the nonprofit housing provider can provide supportive services to extremely low and very low income residents that wouldn't be able to be provided if the for-profit corporation were to build the inclusionary unit. The opportunity to include the housing for homeless and the services is something that is pretty unique to being an affordable housing nonprofit provider. One other comment about the location of the affordable housing is that there are state funding programs that are more competitive if the housing site is located within a half a mile of a major transit stop. So potentially locating the housing in the kind of upper corner of the site could be more beneficial to that that project being funded overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for your comment. Up next is Chris JRN, followed by Veronica O. Chris JRN, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I want to preface this by saying that as an Australian, my cultural upbringing is to use quite a lot of four-letter words if I were to see a presentation like this. To that end, these remarks are carefully scripted. Most of this discussion this evening was highly unedifying since the application is for construction starting with the commercial development with no identified start date for any of the housing that you've been discussing. Yet we seem to have spent all of our time discussing housing nonetheless. This is not the fault of the planning commissioners. Thank you all again for your collective service to our city. I'm going to limit my comment to the commercial aspect of this proposal because that is currently the only thing we can expect to see built. The commercial office space portion in this project is one of the closest undeveloped sites to the smart station in Petaluma. Placing a commercial office space between the residential development is an extremely poor use of a site that is less than half a mile's walk away from the smart station. You want rezoning to mixed use to make this building happen. Any mixed use development needs a housing component. This proposed commercial campus will serve only to split these new housing developments from SMART. This would be a missed opportunity to increase ridership on SMART and instead will contribute to putting more cars on Hopper Street and onto Lakeville, neither of which are ready to take the extra car journeys that you're proposing to put onto these streets. Commercial space should have residential units built above the offices. The first building in this project needs to have housing added, not the last. We don't need more standalone office parks in Petaluma. We have plenty of office parks in Petaluma. We do not need more office space that is not supported by housing to match it. We need true mixed use development. And as Commissioner Hooper said earlier, mixed use means housing. Applicant, please fix your proposal.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Veronica O, followed by Taryn Obaid. Veronica, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I'd like to agree with the previous speaker. The fact that we are even talking about this development in its proposed form with a single family typology, car-centric, office space, commercial space focus, so close to the train station to me I'm just speechless. I can't believe that we are having this conversation. The other thing that I would like to point out is that the density, increasing the density within a single family home typology doesn't necessarily give you mixed use. And with 2,300 square foot homes being proposed, the likelihood of having mixed use happen from that being squeezed together is probably not going to happen. This is one of the most important sites in Petaluma. And I feel that we need to look at this as a true mixed-use project and adhere to the guiding documents of the city and the intent of those documents, where the river is important, there's placemaking, there's access, there's the 3.5 acre park, there are cafes, there are amenities facing the river. Our streets are much less than 36 feet across, and that the streets become part of the landscape as well, that we are not having car-oriented streets. And to treat this as a project with some sort of concept or narrative that relates to the values of Petaluma, not just a development, but if Petaluma wants to localize its economy, we need to work and live in the same place. And you talk about riverfront space as a substitute for the 3.5 acre community space, although the river and enhancement plan and the general plan call out 50-foot setbacks. So I'm not really sure where we're getting that additional space from. I am very concerned at this whole entire focus of the project. I think we need to get the community involved in this project as first priority, figure out what the narrative is, what the focus should be, what the needs are, and then we can start figuring out what zoning needs to be changed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veronica, for your comment. Up next is Taryn Obaid, followed by Steve Carpenter. Taryn Obaid, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I'm not understanding why we are violating our general plan. Right now we're spending something like $2 million, or is it $3 million to write a new general plan? Why do we go through this exercise only to violate it? My key issue is a path is not a park. I really am having a problem with developers not doing their fair share. We have parks happening in our city such as the Peninsula Park, thanks to good citizens stepping up, raising millions of dollars, doing such hard work to make parks happen. I would like to see our developers be good citizens in the same fashion and live up to what they need to do. I don't want to lose any acres. How about more acres? There's a fox over there. I have a photograph of a fox that lives on that shoreline. How the heck is he going to live when you terrace back the shoreline and then count something like an 8-foot wide pathway as a park? Where's that fox going to go? You say that, yards are important due to COVID. Yeah, they are, but parks are especially, perhaps even more important for people. It's too small. I'd like to see some creative thinking. We see condominiums down in Tiburon, Shelter Cove, in Mill Valley. What about being creative and not just doing this right angle grid and just imposing that on the land, but working with the flow, the flowing line of the shoreline, and building an arching or two semi-arching condominium structures with parking underneath, and allowing such a pullback from the shoreline that we would have many acres, right? How about 10 acres of preserve and big canopy trees and enough room for those foxes to keep living there, and some park amenities or public amenities such as temporary cafes and things like that. I just think we can be much more creative, and I don't like to see us violating the general plan all the time. I think doing duplexes is outdated. I think we need to go higher and need to go denser, and that can be done in a very stylish, very sophisticated, compelling, and desirable way. Let's go on a road trip and check out other towns that do it and do it successfully, like Vancouver. Thank you.
We appreciate your comment. Thank you, Taryn. Up next is Steve Carpenter, followed by Ann Edminster. Steve, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Planning Commission and staff. First, I'd like to say thanks for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Steve Harris. I am a field rep with Carpenters Local 751, representing over 2,000 carpenters in this region. I am calling in with concerns that should be taken into consideration with all developments, even including this one in front of us tonight. Recent data released by the UC Berkeley shows that 30% of working families in California are on some type of supported program. In construction, 48% of our workers are on some type of support program. Why are standards less for construction workers when we are the ones that build our communities, help create the homes that you live in, and build the businesses that you are allowed us to build to work or hold public meetings? To say again, that's 48% of construction workers and their families depend on some type of program that's costing taxpayers money. Those costs of projects aren't calculated into developments because of its communities. That's paying the price. My concerns will be the requirements the contractor has on training, livable wages, or even health care for the working workers that build these projects. Again, thanks for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Steve, for your comment. Up next is Ann Edminster. Ann, I've allowed you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I've got a ton of notes. I'm sure I won't get through them all, but I want to say thanks to all the commissioners and other public speakers. I think lots and lots of really, really great feedback for the proposal team this evening, to which I have just a few things to add. I think I agree that going higher would enable greater density without sacrificing open space, and also would enhance affordability. I think the last speaker was very eloquent in pointing out that, you know, the whole notion of market rate in the present location and economy is almost a joke, because very few people can afford to live here at all under sort of any segment of the housing. So we should be looking at higher percentages. I'm really delighted that Eden's portion of the project appears to be about 30% of the housing, and very sympathetic with the challenges that are faced by the affordable housing developers in putting together financing packages, which makes it difficult for the housing to be truly inclusionary. But I'd like to see a more creative solution to that. For example, I think that the sort of segregation of all the various functions, so the office, the affordable housing, the market rate housing, they all have their own sort of compartmentalized recreational spaces, childcare, and so forth. Pooling those resources and centralizing them would make a lot more sense. I also agree that it's ridiculous to have the offices intervene between the housing and the rail. We're putting the most affordable housing in the least desirable location, farthest from transportation, and yet those residents are the ones least likely to afford to have cars. The parking structure is a barricade between the housing and the rest of the community. That's completely unacceptable. The creative accounting on the housing density I found to be amusing and a little deceptive, in that the net housing density is less than 10 dwelling units per acre. Breaking it up block by block makes it look like more, but that's not how it actually is. Yes, I agree with others. Parking clearly and the amount of asphalt and concrete clearly assumes auto dependency. There's nothing creative or innovative about the land use, the housing typologies, shared open space, or any of that. So also agree that the riverbank landscaping is completely lacking in terms of what it needs to be to respond to the community needs. And I have more and I will write them in. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Anne, for your comment. And I do believe that was the last hand raised. I will remove my timer and pass it back to Chair Potter.
Well, thank you everyone for those thoughtful comments from the public, the commission, and for all of staff and the developers' effort on this. I think we've had a good study session. I wanted to provide just a quick opportunity if there were any other comments that commissioners had for the applicant before they go back to refine this design. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Alonso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for members of the public hanging with us late tonight with your comments. Yeah, I just want to summarize my thoughts for the applicant and staff. My notes are kind of all over the place, so I'll try to keep it in a coherent manner here. But yeah, I think there's too much commercial being proposed here. It's doesn't make any sense given the realities we're facing as a city. We're facing a housing crisis right now. We have plenty of commercial space throughout Petaluma. I mean, if you look at rentals right now on Craigslist, they're astronomical. 1-bedroom apartments are going for $2,500 a month. $2,500 a month for a 1-bedroom in Petaluma. And yet we're talking about building a ton of commercial space and a parking garage for 330 cars. It's totally out of whack for our priorities and following the general plan and following the CPSP. We need higher density in this location. I think we need to be mindful of sea level rise and how we're planning for that. Another item I wanted to raise tonight that we didn't really get to, but was emergency access and how our public safety vehicles are going to access this site, given the constraints of how we get in here. So that is of concern. And again, I think the affordable housing component, I appreciate the applicant and Eden working together. And I think having over 30% of your proposed units dedicated affordable is very strong, but I'm concerned about where those units are located. If the units were located in a different part of the project, maybe I'd feel more comfortable with that. But when you put it right next to a retired sewer plant that we're trying to demo, but still is 5 years away from being totally completed, I think that's the city's responsibility. That's not the applicant, but the city needs to get on that. And I would not be comfortable putting any affordable units across from that while that master plan is still in progress, to put it generously. I am not in favor of the general plan amendment that the applicant is requesting. I think we need to be faithful to the general plan. And as Chair Potter said earlier, you know, we're in the midst of the general plan advisory process. We need to be respectful of why that open space and natural space is needed along the river and what the general plan calls for. I am supportive of changing the industrial to a T4, T5. And I think the last thing I'll say is just the discussion over Caulfield, you know, with the bridge, and I'm talking specifically about the bridge. You know, the city needs to work with these applicants to make that a requirement. You know, that the failure of the Riverfront project was that was not conditioned. I think we have to be more creative in figuring out ways to make that happen. Having that bridge and what we sometimes refer to as the other crosstown connector, it will be really important for public safety and just traffic purposes. So I think given the proximity to this project, to the SMART train, again, having so much commercial space and parking doesn't make much sense, and we need more density here. Thank you.
Commissioner Hooper.
Thank you. I'll also be summarizing a bit for my comments. Just getting this out of the way now, there's no version of this project that I will support that puts all of the affordable housing right next to a sewer site with no concrete timeline that would essentially remove the sewer site and reclaim the land before people would move it. It just, I'm sorry, there's no way to look at this and find it acceptable. Moving beyond that, I'd like to point out that just because you are filling a square footage gap in the city does not mean you are filling a missing middle pricing gap in our city. And not have clarity on that, or to see duplexes effectively abused for higher cost housing, is really not something that feels good for this site or really in this city at this point, given the cost of housing that we're facing. I respect what Eden Housing is doing, and I appreciate their efforts. I appreciate the fact that the applicant has donated the land. I appreciate the fact that the applicant claims to have made or will be making serious investment, though that investment has not been clearly stated. All that being said, given that the housing you're providing, it's not clear whether or not that housing will happen. It's been vague at best. It seems like this is all dependent on the commercial property working in the first place. And given the fact that you're putting all this in one spot when you've effectively developed a higher density housing site that'll be going for a higher cost, it's hard to justify not requiring it to actually be inclusionary, so you have the community spread out throughout the site, not just in one place. I also like to point out that while I respect the fact that when you have all of your low and higher low income residents in one area, it is easier to have services. We're now at a point where even people in housing you would expect to not require it are in some need of government assistance or services in this city because of how expensive housing is, even for people who have higher paying jobs. So it doesn't really hold as much water as requiring real inclusionary housing on the site. Another thing with parking. For this to work, it needed to be a transit-oriented project. You have the train nearby. You have 2 bus stops proposed alongside all of the other transit access that was going to be in the river project. You've put this in a site that is regularly clogged with traffic. You cannot assume Caulfield is going to be there because it's frankly looks like it'll be quite some time before we get it. So you have to look at existing traffic conditions. I've been going to that Lucky since I was a child. The worst intersections in Petaluma are right adjacent to that spot. You cannot add this much housing and have that much parking. You can't have a project like this with commercial space on it and not have it be an integrated project. And through the answers you've given to my questions and the questions that the other commissioners have asked, it's very clear that in your mind, the commercial space and the housing space are very separate and really will not play off of each other. And in that scenario, it's inexcusable to put a giant parking garage right in an already traffic congested area. This has to be transit oriented. You have to reduce the parking, not only for the units that you're selling, but also for the commercial site. And before you get into the fact that the market requires this or that, housing is so expensive in this community right now. I'm pretty sure you could put an apartment up on Craigslist as we speak with no parking and no amenities and still have people fighting for it. That's how bad it is here. So if you want to move forward on a project like this, we have to bring down the parking requirements, and we have to not just make transit attractive, but require it. Really force people to do it, because this is a site that was already river access. This was a site that was already supposed to be integrated. And all you've done in this proposal is frankly make it that much more appealing for people to jump in their car and just ignore all the amenities built into the area. On mixed use, if you're going to claim mixed use the next time you bring this project back, and you are going to talk about mixed use with commercial, you need to include housing with a mixed use site. I'm sorry if this is starting to come off a little rude, but we've had too many applicants try and claim mixed use is commercial plus a parking garage. That is not mixed use. That is commercial space with a parking garage behind it. And finally, and I recognize I've been going on for a little while here, so thank you for your patience. We absolutely should not be accepting any general plan amendments. GPAC is going through their work right now. They're trying to determine what the next general plan for this community should look like, which means we should not do to future planning commissions what has been done to us time and time again with amendments to the zoning area that don't make any sense based on the general plan we have. I just ask we all keep that in mind, and I will end my comments there.
Thank you, Commissioner Hooper. I see that the city attorney has his hand raised.
Thanks, Chair. Just per the Planning Commission rules and regulations, if we're going to go past 11, we're going to need a majority vote approval. If not, then this item will just continue to the next meeting.
Okay, well, thank you for that reminder. I think that Commissioner Alonso had made a motion to extend, and if we could have, do we need a second on that? Is there a second to extend this and wrap this up?
I second it.
Okay, I'll ask for a vote on this then, Ms. Ellis.
Okay, Bauer,
Yes.
Alonso,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hooper,
Yes.
Potter,
Aye.
Ryder,
Aye.
Wisman.
Yes.
Okay, so we are close to 11 o'clock. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Bauer for her comments, and we'll hear from the remaining folks before we adjourn.
Thanks so much, Chair Potter. And I do agree with the comments that my previous commissioners all made. They're very thoughtful, and I support them, but I'll add my own to them. One, I'll just go through and it's a little bit scattered, but our change in land use, I'm not in opposition of that, but I want to make sure we do that for the right project. So I don't know if we can, wait to do that before we get the right project in, but I would prefer to do that. And I think we should do that because I want to avoid this bait and switch situation where we change the land use based on some hypothetical or theoretical project. And then what comes before us is not that. And we say, well, it has to comply with this land use that we already approved. So I'd rather get the project down first and then with that change the land use if possible. And that being said, regarding the density, I do think we need to increase the density in this area because I'm also going to ask for more open space to be retained in this area. And in order to do that and in order to make that affordable and pencil out for the applicant, I think we need to go denser and higher. And I think we need to start taking care and taking advantage of our vertical space. I think you could still make a lot of money selling apartments or townhomes that go high instead of go out. I think we need to stop paving over everything. We owe it to nature and to this area to provide more open space for our wildlife that live and flourish along the river. This is a very environmentally sensitive area and it was kind of already destroyed. And this is our opportunity to give some of it back to nature. And I think we should do that. And as well as being able to enjoy it ourselves, the river is our most precious commodity we have in this town. And we really need to make sure we get these riverfront developments absolutely right. And we really need to just be careful about what we allow now to be built on those. And, I'd be more supportive of more like riverfront developments, restaurants, different amenities, things like that, things that this community can enjoy by being on the river, as well as having more space, more of a buffer between the river and between the development, like acres, like 50 feet or 75 feet before there. We need to respect nature and the river and floods and realize they need space. We have to stop infringing upon their environment. And here we have this opportunity where we could be with them and work with them. So I would like to see that personally. Going on to taking away the 3.5 acre park. No, I want more park. I want a 10 acre park. That's what I think is appropriate for this site. Talking about the connectivity to transit. Yeah, we're only half a mile from the SMART station. We need to really make sure people can get there. How are they going to get there safely? I don't think I would be supportive of approving a project where we really don't have good ways for people to walk and bike to the SMART station and to downtown. The type of housing, do we really need more single family housing? I don't know. I know we need more affordable housing, but our population is not increasing. So I'm not sure if we really even need more single family housing. I do know that we do need affordable housing. So I would like to see more affordable housing on this project. And then I think somebody mentioned the street along the riverfront. I don't think I would be very supportive of having a a street with cars along the riverfront, just because I'd like to preserve it more for open space, nature, and pedestrian use. The other thing is, yeah, you asked for us to think about the environmental sustainability of this project, and I think that means giving part of it back to nature and making sure we take care of the wildlife that live there. The other thing is, one of our speakers said that maybe the affordable housing, if it's put within the half-a-mile radius, it gets more allowances or maybe more grants or something like that. If they can switch that and put it on the west side of the parcel and allow that to happen, that would be pretty awesome. And then the last thing is this office, this commercial area. Do we really need more commercial space is my question, because right, COVID, a lot of people are working from home. I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of vacant commercial space coming up. So is there really a need for more commercial office space? I don't, and certainly not a need for more pavement, more parking lots. So I think we really need to, I don't think I'm supportive of a office space on this lot and a big giant parking lot. I think, I'd rather see it be all high density housing and transit oriented development and mixed use. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Ryder.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to keep my comments brief. In general, I agree with my fellow commissioners. And I guess what I would just encourage the applicant to think about is what we're looking for is a river-centric, walking path-centric, and open space-centric development. And those pieces, I like the idea of a riverfront area that's proposed with a trail and increased connectivity to the asset that is the river. In general, I think that's fantastic. Personally, I'd love to see mixed use or other reasons to come to that riverfront and to interact with it in a different and more robust way, inclusive of having affordable units, perhaps in that location adjacent to the river, whether that's closer to the smart station or not. I do think that there's an opportunity there with some potentially even T6 zoning on that. The currently focused on commercial piece of the property. I would not be opposed to changing the zoning for the right project if it makes sense for what we think the future general plan will look like for those kinds of projects, so that we can confirm that we're going to get affordable housing. To that end, thank you for partnering with Eden. Eden, thank you for being here. I appreciate the concept of being able to add services by being centralized in your development. And at the same time, I really feel like interspersing uses and housing types, both mixed use and economically diverse, makes for better community. And so that's, if there's a way to walk that line, I'd really like to see us be more creative about how we get there, and inclusive of things like the connectivity that was mentioned about the potential pedestrian bridge, but also to Commissioner Wisman's point about co-working space, potential other kinds of shared spaces. I don't know what zoning allows for in terms of guest rooms, but things that can allow for shared spaces so people can live comfortably in smaller spaces definitely is one of the things can make stronger community, in my opinion. So I will leave it at that for now.
Thank you. And Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. So many good ideas tonight, so many ways to improve what we're looking at tonight. I really like it and appreciate having this as a scoping session. So after work tonight, I get off the train and hop on my bike and go down to the ribbon cutting at the People's Village there at Cots, right where we're talking about. And it's a simple, straightforward bike ride. And there's no one on the streets. And we will find more people on the streets. We need to make the path safe so that you're not riding in the center of the lane on your bike like I'm doing today. But I took a tour all the way down into Riverfront. And when you go to the Caulfield ramp, where it's filled and elevated so you can shoot across the river, kind of the missteps of past developments hit you in the face. The single family housing there, too big. The things that are parking forward to the street, kind of wrong. and we're sort of repeating a lot of that in this project. And so I would like to see much more dense housing in this. It doesn't have to be all apartment or all anything, but a mix of things that are all more dense than what we're seeing. I'd like to see the square foot in each unit be smaller than the square foot, a living space in each unit now. But it's housing we need and want, and we can put a lot of it fronting to the river. The comment about making this river-centric, river-connected is key. But so there's a lot of change that needs to happen in the market rate housing. In the affordable, you're in a conundrum. It's near a sewer plant, but it's also right next to the big soccer pitch that they're put in the Riverfront project, plus the park that's with the soccer pitch there. And when we talk about services, I mean, it's glib to say that a lot of people need services. The services we're talking about at an Eden Housing with 30% AMI is mental health service, substance abuse service. So we ought to cut Eden a little slack for what they're building and accentuate that. I am going to have trouble with the alternative compliance because it's not a units for units consideration. It's an economic consideration. That's what the ordinance calls out. You can't do it strictly on a units for units. I would be much more excited if there were some retail in this. There is what I would call nominal retail in this. I think it screams for a riverfront restaurant, a riverfront cafe. Look at how Grand Central's doing. They're kicking off really well downtown. Certainly this development could support that kind of effort. I wouldn't back down on the park without more explanation of what's going on. And I mentioned that Caulfield and the roads issues. I think we have some crafting to do on the street widths and amount of road we're creating and how it fits into this neighborhood. And then we haven't really mentioned too many of the energy intensive design that we're getting better and better at requiring and requesting. And I think we set the bar in Riverfront. Sounds like the applicant is understanding of that, but let's not forget that we're setting a higher bar with every new development. Thank you.
And Commissioner Wisman.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to focus on a couple of areas. First of all, I do want to recognize and congratulate the project on the inclusion of the very low affordable housing sector that's in dire need from what we saw in our housing element history and go forward plans. So I think the more that we can encourage that, the better. I would not be opposed to having that all concentrated in a single area for all the reasons others have stated, including the Eden Housing representative. I think that makes sense, and I see a detraction of having that all concentrated in a single area. I think I mentioned in my earlier comments, I think probably where I see the greatest improvement in the project is just in getting greater altitude, going to the T5 and T6, and really realizing what that designation could bring to this project. Getting higher density would then make it not an either or trade-off between housing and the park. I think we can have both if we use the zoning designations that we have creatively, and I think this project lends itself to that. I think in the interest of time, I'll hold my comments there and turn it over to you, Chair Potter, to finish this out. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. I have to say that I agree with so many of the comments that have been made tonight. And I think that the whole conversation kind of points to the challenge of trying to figure out the land use before we've got a vision for what is ideal at this unique site. And as Vice Chair Bauer pointed out, this is a riverfront property that's unique and it's a sensitive habitat. And ideally, I would like to see a river-related use here, whether that's a marina, I know that, or a boat launch, or a restaurant, or the parkland that takes advantage of that scarce riverfront property, and also respects the fact that we're going through a lot of change in terms of our hydrology and climate. I just want to briefly echo the point about wanting to see less of a office and commercial. I don't support the idea of a parking garage. I don't think that that is what we want to do with our climate emergency. I also would like to see preservation of the parkland that's already designated in the general plan and perhaps expansion of it. And finally, I think others have made this point, but the placement of the affordable housing, I'm not as concerned about the courtyard and the treatment plant because it's not an active sewage treatment plant. It's in the process of being dismantled. But I do think that it makes more sense to have our very low income affordable housing closer to the SMART station. So if that kind of rework could happen, I would support that. All in all, I do think we need to take a fresh, innovative look and really think about what's going on with our VMT and the climate emergency that's been declared in this city. So I appreciate the applicant's time where it's late now and you have a lot of input to go with. So I would like to close off this item and we'll adjourn the meeting to the next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting, which will be on March 8th. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Good night, everybody.